Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time. Beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts. Keep keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish.
Single capture portraiture this morning. We have the finalists' images here. We are sponsored by Godox, so they're going to light up our lives, I have no doubt. My name is Peter Eastway and I'm going to be your panel mentor. I'm not quite too sure about the term mentor, but they do say that I look much better behind a panel. We've got a few housekeeping guidelines. The bathrooms are not in here, just in case you wondered. Please ensure your phone is turned to silent, and we have a very esteemed judging panel with us. We have got Bruce Moyle, Courtney Holmes, Emily Black, Jeremy Burns, Lisa Ivanidich, Naomi Reiter. We've got Natalie Howe and Harriet Tarbuck. Sorry, I should have written that down, shouldn't I? So it's another bad for me. So anyway, we're ready to roll. We've got the first image up. And I'm going to ask the judges to, are you all logged in? Everybody good? Can I get visual confirmation? Now judges, if you don't want to talk, you don't make eye contact with me. If you do want to talk, you make eye contact with me. If nobody makes eye contact with me, I get to choose. So I think we're good. All righty. Hey? Don't look at me. Okay, so slideshow's coming to an end. Don't touch that, we touch that. Oh, this is high-tech stuff here. Are we ready to roll yet? We think so? Do I have to say that again? No? Okay. Everybody got the picky there in front of them? We've got to press a button. You guys should have that photo on your screen though. Some of you do, so some of you might need to refresh your screens. Welcome to our, we've got around about 3,000 people in the audience with us this morning, which is fantastic. Maths was never one of my strong points, but... Hey? Okay, so then you're going to press a button, and will I see what happens here? I do. We have an 83 as a starting point, which is great. It's what they call a semi-finalist score. And I'm going to, now I'm not quite too sure which order this is, but I'm reckoning Bruce is over there. He's pretty close to the average, is that correct? That's it. A quick observation for the entrance.
Beautiful capture, well seen. I really like the red to the green. It's a good use of colour. I'm just not sure where the story is beyond the person. So maybe looking for a little cookie or something in there to give us something extra to latch onto.
Fantastic, thank you. Next image, please. Yep. Okay, Harriet, could I get you in, please? No, just use just use Bruce's device. Just don't go to his bank account. Naomi, have you pressed the magic button yet? Oh, Natalie, beg your pardon. Naomi's sitting in the back there, she can't have done anything. But you're still in trouble. Okay, so come around for 87, a semi-finalist. So we do have the potential. I think you should. Yeah, 100%. Okay, that'd be great. So we can see the scores up there perhaps. I mean, 288's an 87, a 78, and you're a 92.
Yeah.
So you believe it's a finalist?
I do believe it's a finalist. An absolutely stunning environmental portrait. The man in front of his castle, the colours, the tone of the image is beautiful. The pop of the orange cat just makes it completely. The man, I can see a real personality to him. There's almost a loneliness there, holding himself up, and yet with that little cat involved as well, you can really see the sort of the connection he has with his his feline friend, and the comfort he feels in front of his home there. Also just technically beautifully kind of framed. All the lines are perfect. I just love those like roll down blinds as well, and the netting curtain. It's just such a sort of everything in the background adds to kind of the age of the man and where he is at in his life, and I think it definitely deserves a finalist. A great environmental portrait.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to pass it to Natalie.
I actually agree with everything you said. It's just that when I went up to it, I felt like the gentleman wasn't in focus, and maybe it's my glasses, and that was the only thing that really, it was the only thing that was pulling me down. And yes, maybe I should assume that it's in focus because it's been entered in, and I've never judged digital before on a digital screen, like on a screen. So you talked me up. That was everything. As soon as when we were doing the run through, I was very excited about this image, and it was just that it didn't look in focus for me. Yeah. But I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt for that.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else want to? You have a right of reply if you feel it necessary.
I'll just touch quickly on that. I think, looking right up, I can see your concerns, but I feel like the whole image looks the same. I don't think the man himself stands out. The whole image looks the same, the cat, the house, everything. So I feel like it's sort of technically, it might be... Yeah,
cool.
Fine.
Okay, alrighty, so...
Sorry. Totally wandered off on that one.
Harriet, if you would like to re-enter 92 into yours, and the other judges, you're free to take on board the comments and rescore. So I'm just waiting for the refresh as well, but I can see that we've gone up to a finalist, 91, fantastic. Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next print, please. And yeah, just as apropos of the conversation I had a little bit before, we just have to assume, I know that one was tack sharp, so I can assure you that one, I know that one personally, so yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to knock you out.
Do you want me to? Okay, yep. I normally delegate that, but I'll give it a go. We have an 87, so a semi-finalist, another great score. We can, and I really encourage you to, Courtney. Oh, okay, that'll be helpful. So just so you know, you've got an 81, 88, 89, 83, so you're not that far out. But why was it so strong for you?
First of all, I want to just acknowledge the complexities of shooting underwater. I think that it's extremely challenging. What makes this image a finalist to me is the way that they've captured the moment of it's not even just it's the pose, it's the moment, it's when she's gone into the water. Just remember, this is a single capture. This right here has required a level of skill to not only capture this image, but interpret it in the way that they have, and noticing just this curve there, and just reaching up, and the story here that I think that this shows, just I think that it deserves that bump up because of what it is that you don't see her face. You see her arms, you see the light shining on the side of her belly, her leg, the bubbles, the way that leads you into that curve, and your eye just travels up, and it's like you're going with her. I see a lot of underwater images, and they tend to be landscape, and turning this is perfect. That's exactly how this should have been done, and I think that this absolutely deserves to move up.
Okay. Natalie, you know I'm going to ask you, don't you?
Sorry, I need like multifocals or something. I hear what you're saying, definitely. I'm happy to go up a little. I felt uncomfortable not seeing her face, but maybe the reason why we're not seeing her face is we're actually, we're celebrating the fact that her body is really not hers anymore, and she's growing this little human inside of her, and the lighting, and definitely the fact that it's tacked sharp underwater is amazing, and also the use of light there. So yes, I'm happy to go up a bit.
Yep. Lisa?
I just wanted to add in as well. I'm very aware of the difficulty of shooting underwater, and this has been handled beautifully. I'm at the lower end as well, and I'll come up a little, but I'm not at the finalist yet. I'll listen. Contrary to other people's thoughts, I'm quite bothered by the fact that the brightest part is an armpit towards the breast area, but an armpit which is kind of the least attractive. Not that this is about attraction, but it's not an area that we really generally want to draw focus to. We want to see the bottom half of this image is beautiful. There's a little bit of elongation because of a wide-angle lens of the bottom leg. The other foot could be slightly, the posing could be different. Even just something as simple as that front arm coming down so we see a profile, and her chin is hyper-extended up. It's definitely captured and treated beautifully, and I love the light coming from the top is modelling over her body is just stunning. But I think that little bit of finesse in the posing, the hands are a little bit awkward at the top, and just drawing all that attention to the armpit area just keeps it out of finalist. And now I'm winding it up.
Right of reply? Yep.
Okay. So I actually didn't notice I hear what you're saying, absolutely. I didn't notice the brightness. I didn't feel, that wasn't where my eye was drawn. My eye was drawn to her belly, first and foremost, and I felt like I was traveling with her. What I noticed first was the bubbles on her, and around her feet, and the bubbles on the water at the top, and that just, it felt to me like I was moving up with her. So for me, it was that exceptional visual impact and that emotional impact as well. I felt like I was traveling with her, and it felt like I was her. That's what made me go there.
Thank you. Okay, judges, if you'd like to rescore. Courtney, you have to re-enter the same score. Yeah, sometimes you have to refresh, yeah. There we go, 88, okay, so we've gone up a few points, that's great. Great discussion, thank you very much, judges. A little bit more concise, pithy, succinct and brief would be also helpful. Okay, next picture, please. Okay, we've got a semi-finalist with a score of 86 and very consistent scoring there. Maybe Bruce, I'll get you just to make a quick comment.
I was intrigued by the image. It's really well captured. I love the colour and everything. For me, I was a bit bamboozled by a horse with a swimming pool. So I'm not sure how to add to this, sorry.
Okay. I think sometimes the questions that the photograph raise are equally as important as the ones that they don't answer, I guess. So I also wondered whether the horse was going for a swim. But great image, I loved it. Next picture. Sorry? Hasn't got a swimming costume on. Okay. Next photo, please. We have an 87 semi-finalist. Great score. Reasonably consistent scoring there. Beautiful softness to the portrait. I wonder whether there's a slight harshness on the petals around some parts of the head, but that's just very, very picky and just beautiful, soft and pastel. Thank you. Next picture, please. We have 88, which is a semi-finalist with quite a high score, but we've got 2 on 92. So I'm going to electively challenge this because we've got 2 who are in the finalist category. We should have a little bit of a chat, so you won't get a right of reply. You have an opportunity to make a quick plead for staying where it is or going up. So who shall we start with? Courtney? I probably don't need to be speaking to the microphone since I've got one down
Yeah,
here too.
you don't need the mic. For me, it's the ear in that third dog. I think that the challenge of capturing all of these animals looking in this direction, I think that the image is so well done, so well executed, and I feel like the story of I see the emotion in the animals' eyes. It's really compelling to me. It feels like they're going somewhere. They're waiting for their master, their person to tell them exactly what's next to do. I feel like this deserves the next level.
Lisa, yeah.
Yeah, this is a really lovely image. The thing that's stopping me going into finalist is that all the dogs are not staring in the same direction. The one to the left is looking off somewhere else. I feel for that extra little cookie, they all need to be gazing down at one thing, but I'm definitely listening if someone can.
Bruce, did you want to make a comment?
I can answer that one. I actually was a bit low, I'll come up. I actually like that they're all looking in different spots, and I know that's not normal, but my brain goes to Cerberus, like the three-headed dog, and these guys are all there, and they're looking. One's dead at the camera, the others are looking at the rest of the horizon around them. They're ready for something. I think it's really well done.
Okay. No, you don't get a right reply. Yeah. Okay, all right. Everybody, if you'd like to rescore, please. Thank you for those comments. So we now have a finalist with a score of 91. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Next image. Next photograph, please. Let me know. There you go. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 85. It was a good even scoring. I think I love the content, I love the posing, and it's quite an edgy sort of pose. I wonder whether the background is just possibly a little bit too hot, a little bit too light, and maybe the shadow's just a little bit too dark. So, but otherwise, very, very striking, very, very arresting. Next image, please. Oh, you want me to change now? No, oh, sorry. Oh, no, I was just making a comment. That was good. Every image gets a comment, so whether they want one or not. Next image, thank you. Well, we're going to have a chat, aren't we, then, I can see. Okay, Bruce. We've got an 86, which is semi-finalist, and on 95, I'm sure you'd like to have a chat.
Oh, yeah.
So the other scores you're dealing with are 81, 83, 83 and 87.
Okay, this I love. Now, it's not technically perfect. We can see that straight away. But what I love about it is the ferocity, the kineticness of it. It's been shot underwater. We've seen that before, but this is different. It's been shot while it's been raining. That's the only way you get that texture on the water. Flipping it upside down, it feels like a ballet, a dance, but underwater with the hair and the movement and all that texture. It's sublime. I love it. It's like, I know I'm not meant to say that, but I think this is a really interesting way of showcasing a different way of dance in a really hard environment and a hard way of doing it, and all the imperfections just help it.
Emily's made eye contact with me.
I was close. For all of the reasons that you've just said, Bruce, I love the tension that this image creates, and that's what the original impact was for me. To come up into that finalist range, there's just a couple of little details that are just detracting me from that main story that I wouldn't want to be there. The little dot near her leg, I know this is single capture, I know it's tricky, and the little little line, a highlight over on the left. Those things just kind of pull me away just slightly, and that's the only reason I didn't go up, but I'm still listening.
Okay. Everybody cool? You're right of reply?
Yep. Well, I think that's a part of it. It's like the scene of where the dance is. Like, you're in a stage. This is a stage. Like, they're all the bits that add to the stage and the story. And one last thing I'd like to point out is her leg up here. What's that, her right leg? It looks like she's smashing the water and those bubbles. That's so different. Anyway, I implore you to come up.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. If you'd like to rescore, Bruce, you'll need to re-enter 95.
Sure. If it will come up.
Do we need to press a button? No, it's all done. It's all right, no, it's all good. You're ahead of me. And we have 88, so moved a little. We've got a semi-finalist. Wonderful shot. Thanks for the discussion. That's great. Next image, please. Next portrait, please. There we go. We have 85, a semi-finalist. Now we've got very similar scoring. As I look at the image on screen, I wonder whether just a little bit more contrast might help, just a little bit of a moving around of the tonality, but otherwise the looking through the glass or the frosting works beautifully well. Thank you. Next picture, please. We're judging the single capture category of the single capture portrait category. And just in case for those in live streaming mode, a single capture portrait focuses on one or more humans or pets and can emphasise their unique character, connection, love or story. The subjects may be individuals or family members, such as parents, children, grandparents or friends, and only minor editing is allowed, such as cropping or removing small distractions. Major changes to the image are not permitted, except for removing safety devices such as dog leads. So I hope my portrait of me doesn't have a dog lead, but there we go. Composite images are not allowed. And this image has got an 86, a semi-finalist. very consistent judging. Again, in terms of the posing, etc., I think that's fantastic. I wonder whether a little bit more tonal controlled, just to bring the eyes into the face a little bit more, perhaps subduing the background a fraction could just have given it an extra couple of points, but I reckon the owner's got to be pretty happy with that. Next portrait, please. They have a semi-finalist score of 84. Personally, I love the use of the off-camera light and the softness, which looks like a bit of a softbox being used on the subject. I just get the tension where we've got the sun behind the head. I understand why it's there, and I understand why she's sitting on the carpet or the blanket, but it's all just not quite square, and that might create a tension, but it also might mean that the image doesn't perhaps communicate quite as strongly as if things were centred up. Just a thought, hard to, easy for me to say that when I'm sitting here. Next portrait, please. I'd bless you, but I'm not qualified. Okay, well that's good. We've got, okay, no, that's good. We have a semi-finalist up front, but we've got a couple of judges in the finalist range, which is fantastic. And Emily's going to have a comment. She's challenged on 95. You've got 87, 84, 84 and 90.
I can't fault this image. This is a stunning, beautifully executed, well thought through, single capture portrait. Everything that is in that image is just speaking to me. I need to understand what the totem around the neck means, but I don't need to know that enough. It would bring me to 100 if that comes into it. It's just the background, the face, the gaze. It hits my heart, and there's nothing that technically is pulling me down.
Lisa?
I'm with you 100% on everything, but there is a technical thing here that I can't understand, and hopefully somebody can help me out, because this is single capture. There is a fall off in depth of field. Her hair and her neck area is extraordinarily out of focus, which I don't have a problem with, but the background is beautifully in focus. And I love that the background mirrors the scarring on her skin, but I can't work out how or what has happened here. There's an incongruity that has held me back, but also being single capture, I'm sure there's an answer, I just can't think of it, if someone can help me out.
I'm in agreement with Lisa, so I would have went up as well, but my eyes are fighting with the blur on the neck, but then the background is in focus. And I understand the background is there for a reason, and that is it's almost playing on, it's very similar to her skin tones. So you've got that play with the background and the skin tones, but I'm fighting with the fall off on the neck. So I believe this image is exceeding client expectation, but to have it in a finalist category, single capture, yes, but you've got somebody to play with, you're controlling the lighting, you're controlling everything. My eyes are just going to the blur on the neck and with the background so sharp. So that's probably my only,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think that we have to accept that it is a single capture and that it's been vetted, and that if you're pulling points off just for that, then that's not fair to the author. But
It's
what
also
we
a
can,
distraction
and so
visually, not
that's a different matter. That's a completely different matter. Yeah.
With everything that you've just said there, it doesn't pull me away from the gaze at all. I'm lost in those eyes. I would strongly urge you to consider and come up. This is an image we will remember.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, Emily will keep hers at 95. Okay, we've got an 89. And we'll probably go for review later on, so you get another chance to say yes or no. Okay, fantastic. Next portrait, thank you. Now. Okay, all righty. Naomi? You awake? It was just your stunned look there, that was all. So I can move. Okay, we have a score of 88, which is a semi-finalist, but because we've got two people in the finalist range, I will electively challenge, so you won't have a right of reply. But Emily, I'll give you a go to start with, and then Lisa, you may comment as well, perhaps. No? Okay.
I think
Like
this
you caught me
sits. Sorry. I think this sits very comfortably in the finalist range. The technical execution of this is exceptional. Just fabulous work. I think I was stingy on 91. Or 90, yep, 91. So I would, yeah.
Courtney?
When we're looking at the finalist range, we're looking for exceptional emotional impact and superior narrative concept. For me, I don't see that in this. I think it's technically executed brilliantly, extremely strong. But for me to move up into the finalist category, I need to be more emotionally connected to it. And I think if I felt that more within the posing of the subject in the image, perhaps, and if there, for me, if there was a connection between the poses that I'm seeing from the female and the colors and that sort of spiral in, then it would push me further up, but I'm not there.
Okay. All right. Everybody comfortable? Like to take another vote? And you can all change your scores because I was the challenger. We have a 89. Another image to discuss later on. Okay. Lisa, I'll let you step out. Henrietta, I'll get Harriet, sorry, if you'd like to come in. And I'll do another swap in another minute or two as well. Okay, next portrait, please.
Sorry, it's not coming up on my screen.
Okay.
No, they have to add you into here. I can't.
Oh, can we pick someone else? Just pick Matt admin.
Okay. Oh no, because I don't think it'll let her in.
Won't it?
Do I step out?
Yes. Because I can't put you in. Let me message Karen. Maybe.
Yeah, so maybe, if Nathan, if you could give that a go, it'd be great. Yeah. We have technical issues, Houston.
Yeah, they just need to add you in. Sorry, they did it before someone else. I'll get them to. Okay.
Okay, we have a semi-finalist with 88. Natalie's going to take the baton. She's on 94. We've got an 85, 83, 88 and another 88.
Okay. So we've seen a couple of underwater images already, but this one really got me. One is the positioning of the women, and the only reason I didn't go higher was purely because of the stairs in the background. If the stairs weren't there and it was literally just the reflection of the water, white background, and obviously the water up the top, I would have went higher. But to get two women in sync the way they are, their feet are pointing, you can see their profiles perfectly, and their bodies are both mimicking each other and arched in a beautiful way where they're almost dancing around each other. That is stunning, and technically I wouldn't know how to do that. Like, I'm blown away by the technical aspect of that, as well as just, it's just so beautiful, and it's such a stunning way of displaying a female body.
Bruce, would you like to comment?
Sure.
I'm just sharing it around.
Yeah, I think the thing that got me was I get all the technicals and everything in it. I just couldn't find the emotive content for me.
Okay.
I'll just add a quick comment. If this image was turned around and upside down so the water was underneath, I had a look at it on my phone and I turned my phone upside down, and it would take it to the next level, because that top is distracting, but had that been on the bottom, that would have drawn my eye to them, and instead it distracts away. If that had been flipped over, 100% I would have gone higher.
Okay, thank you. If you comfortable? Don't need to write a reply? We're good? Okay. If you'd like to rescore, thanks. Yeah, you've got to enter your 95, same as before. 94, was it? Yeah, 94. Sorry, I tried to get you an extra point. Another 88, so good conversation. I couldn't turn the picture up because I would have got water up my nose, but apart from that, it was all right. Okay, next portrait, please. So we still waiting for? Okay. Harriet in here. Okay. We do love you though. We have a finalist with a score of 90. Very strong. Quick comment maybe from Naomi. Would you like to make a, because you were on the 91 there, just a quick comment. We won't discuss because this will go into the finalist, and so it'll, yeah.
Yeah, this is just a really beautiful, strong portrait. The lighting's exceptional. It falls in just the right places. We can see a beautiful strength of character, and the colours are just, while muted, are just so beautifully strong with those little tiny pops of gold and red and white on the uniform.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a quick judge change. Natalie, I'm going to get you to step out, and we're going to ask Harriet to step in. We believe Harriet has now been elevated to the status of judge for this category. Oh, don't thank me. Yeah, actually, no, until you've got a spare replacement, unless there's someone's here, that's all right.
There we go.
Yes, we're judging, please. Yep. Unless it's an emergency. I reckon you're good now. Yeah. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 86. Courtney, just a quick comment, just maybe to help the entrant. Is the lighting, what?
Sure, yeah. For me, I thought this was a really beautiful concept, and I really enjoyed the story. It definitely had that emotional impact. I was drawn in, I was looking at everything. I think the choice of black around as the background and for the clothes that the subject was wearing, I'm not sure. I think I would have experimented with, I would like to see a different color choice there. I think that would be less distracting than it is at the moment.
Thank you. Next portrait, please. you're welcome to judge. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 86. You comfortable? Yep. Yeah. You can't, but I will allow you if you wanted to. To chat. Yeah, you want to talk to it? Do you want to try and talk them up? I'll challenge it if you'd like to. No, we're good. Okay, because there's a 5 point, but if you go, yeah. Okay, cool. Almost reminds me a little bit of the Irving Penn studio portraits. A lot of strength in there. You know, the eye, the contact. So it's just a matter of degree, I guess, but beautifully lit and seen. Next portrait, please. We have an 83, which is a semi-finalist as well. Beautiful light, lovely colour palette. I wonder whether, I know the reason for the crop as it is to keep the framing in there, but as a portrait I wonder whether a tighter crop couldn't achieve perhaps a stronger image. Next portrait, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 84. Very consistent judging. Beautiful light. Obviously spent a lot of time getting that posing exactly as it is. And yet, for me, there's just, when we talk about gesture and nuance with the expression and the hands, it's still just a fraction stilted. And, it's a bugger, I know, and I couldn't point to the difference between one and the other, but just missing there. Next image, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 88, but I will challenge for either of you if you'd like to have a comment. I think you should. We've got two of you there. Okay, Courtney. No, you can't. You know, you can talk, but you won't get a right of reply because I'm challenging.
I see. You're challenging.
But I'm asking you to talk.
Thank you so much. I get it. Got it. Okay. I'm always looking for exceptional emotional impact, and for me, not only is all of the technical stuff superior, and I can't really fault anything technical here. I'm open to seeing anything, but what I see is this story of fed is best, and for mothers, this is always something that is just ingrained in you from the minute that your child is born, and you feel so much guilt no matter what it is that you do, and this image just demonstrates that it doesn't matter how you feed your child. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Fed is best, and the guilt that we get as mothers to do one or the other. This image speaks to that so eloquently that I think it deserves finalist. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask you to have a comment too? Thanks.
It's hard to rebut when obviously it's hit such an emotional note, and I can absolutely see that it has so much impact, and there is story there. It's very styled and it's very perfect, and technically that's amazing. For me, I'd like to see a little bit more real within it, and I realise this is the sort of style of the image, that it's all very stylised. For me, I'd love to see a bit more real in it, but that being said, it definitely tells a story and obviously hits emotions.
Everybody, yep.
I 100%, that story hit me right in the feels as well. And then it did come down to some very minute things for me that didn't bring me quite up into finalist. I want to see a little bit more of the mother's face on the right. Do you know what? If this was cropped differently, and I know this is being really nitpicky, but if this was a circle, the flow through, unreal. But yeah, I'm being very nitpicky. I'll completely agree with that.
Okay, thank you, judges. If you'd like to take on board the comments, you're all free to rescore. We have a finalist with a score of 90. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Yep. Okay, Jeremy, do you want to jump in? And Courtney will give you a spot. Give you a spell. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, off we go, judges. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 85. Yep, sure, sure, Bruce.
I think this is a beautiful capture. I think the thing I was missing in this, where I can find a story so far with the trees and everything being cut down and looking in the distance, his attire doesn't really give us a sense of who he is to the land.
Okay, thank you. Great comment. Next portrait, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 85. Jeremy, you can challenge, and I guess you've just grabbed the microphone, so that's what you're going to do. You've got a 78, 85, 84, 85.
Oh, this is beautifully bold. This child's eyes are just so perfectly placed inside the frame. Everything just pulls you in. I want to investigate all the detail of the dress that he's wearing and the parent who's cradling him or her. There's just a beautiful central point where his eyes can hold me amongst all of this jewellery and dress that's just so striking. I just want to keep looking at this child's eyes amongst this chaos around him or her. And that little belt that's coming on the parent behind him just pulls you straight into that point. His eyes are so perfectly placed in this frame. Technically, it's amazing. Just the depth of tone from the light to the shade is immaculate. It's just absolutely beautiful. Even his little mohawk there pulls you straight down into his eyes. It's been really well crafted. I think it definitely should go straight into finalist.
Harriet, I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, I scored this one a little bit low for a couple of reasons. I agree with you. I think the cropping's great, and I think that we're drawn straight into the child. I actually feel the child looks a little bit scared, and with the slight angle of the photographer being sort of up looking down on the child, my mind sort of goes to who took this photo, photographing other cultures, how connected were they with the people that they were photographing? Is it sort of more objectified, or were they connected, on a more intimate level? These are sort of the things that I'm kind of raised when I see this image a little bit. So I'd love to hear if anyone else sees anything like that, or if I'm kind of reading that into it.
I guess my only question would be, because it's really interesting, is we're looking at the picture, and maybe the whole point of the picture was to objectify the subjects. Who knows?
Yeah.
And so, I just asked that because you raised some interesting questions, and I was thinking here too, how am I going to answer that? I don't know, I don't have to. Anybody else want to have a go? Anybody else like a comment? Yeah? Naomi, go.
This is a really beautifully structured image. The only thing that kept me from going higher, and I think I was on 84, was that we've got this beautiful story in the parent or the carer's hands with the fingernails that have clearly seen some really interesting lifetime stories. I would have loved to have seen a little more connection with the child's hands and the parents or the carer's, the adult's hands. Everything else, the cropping is beautiful, the lighting's gorgeous, and his eyes, his face are so captivating. Okay. I'm happy to come up a little bit.
Thank you.
I think the context of the capture is the important aspect of this image. Just going back to your comment, Harry, I actually see that the photographer's at exactly the eye level of the child, and he's just dropped his chin a little bit. And I'm kind of a combination of both of what you've said. I kind of feel like there's about to be an initiation of some ceremonial significance in this culture, where this child is about to embark on the next phase. You know, we have, you know, christenings and brisses and bat mitzvahs in our society. I mean, who knows what is in theirs? I've got no idea. And it kind of feels like this child's about to be presented into that. And there's actually a slight self-consciousness in the parents' hands with the tucking of the thumbs. There feels like they've presented the child because they're not a significant part of this capture, but there's still a maternal or paternal aspect of the embrace. This child is everything in this photo, and the parent is not. The parent's just doing their job. And that's what I'm seeing. And that child's eyes holding me, there's the chin down slightly. Sorry, Peter. I think this is beautiful. I think it's everything.
All righty, so I know what you want everyone else to do, but if you'd like to rescore, you can keep yours at, if you re-enter yours, please, at 91. Jump to a different page. Good, yeah. Well,
Rookie mistake.
Excuse me, I'm just running a judging here. and I'd like to announce that we've got a finalist. Well done. Next image, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 86. Just, you know, Bruce, since it's your birthday, quick comment.
Rude. No, I like the concept. Doing this single capture, really well executed, keeping the eye lines pretty much almost at the same level. Yeah, the see no evil, hear no evil, modern, futuristic, great, but it is slightly off. Like the goggles are off a little bit. His eye line on the right-hand side is a little bit. So I think, I can't fault for the technicals, but we could finesse it just even more if you're going to go to this level.
Thank you. Next image, please. And I can't believe that kid would see no evil. Virtual reality. We have a finalist with a score of 90. Very consistent judging there overall, and with the amount of time the judges spent, I don't think I need to say anything more than a wonderful portrait. Love the expression and the nuance there of gesture, etc. Works beautifully. Next image, please. Thumbs up, thumbs down for them. Doesn't matter, that's fine. There's only 5 of them. So, Jeremy, I know. Yours? We have a semi-finalist with 83, and for your penance, Jeremy, a quick comment, please.
No problem. Really well considered frame. The space around that little girl is amazing. Like, it's really beautiful. I think it adds to that little beautiful intimate moment that she's having in amongst this sea of space.
Thank you. Okay. Righto, that is the end of the single capture portrait category, sponsored by GoDocs, but you guys have got 2 reviews to do yet. Are you sufficiently expert to do that straight away? Yep. Wow, that's impressive. I needed you because the guy in the last room yesterday couldn't do it. So we've got thumbs up, thumbs down. Now, thumbs up means it goes up, just in case you were wondering, because I know. All right. So what are we starting off with?
89.
They're both on 89. So the question is, at the moment they're semi-finalists. Will we elevate them to finalists, in which case they will also be going into the PPY judging? What did they call the next section? Okay. Yes, I figured. No, I know it. You don't need to. Yeah. So we've got, all righty, there we go, unanimous. We're up into the finalist. Raucous applause, please. And the next one. Okay. Natalie, thanks. So it's a semi-finalist at the moment. Is it a finalist? It is a finalist. Okie doke, that is it for the single capture portrait category. Thank you for your attendance, and those in live streaming mode, goodbye. Okay, now.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
One thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Good afternoon. Amazing albums. If you can get down to Melbourne, you should wander around and have a look because they're all on display there. My name is Peter Eastway and I will be your panel mentor for this session. That was mentor, not mental, but that's okay. Few housekeeping guidelines. Bathrooms are not in this room. Please ensure your phone is on silent, and for the online viewers, we have about 35,000 people in the audience here, so we're very, very busy, but that's all good. Can you hear them in the background? No, can't hear. So our judging panel today consists of Courtney Holmes, Emily Black, Fiona Hanbury, Lisa Ivendich, Naomi Reiter, Natalie Howe, and Harriet Tarbuck. There we go. So that's fantastic. Thank you. Oh, it's a wonderful panel there. I feel honoured to be one of the few men available to be here today. That's very nice. So the creative family category, a photograph containing two or more individuals sharing a close emotional bond, a moment that highlights connection, love and intimacy between individuals or family members. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are permitted. So we're just running through a slideshow of the top 25 or so images. So these are the finalists following a prejudging process. And when we're finished, we will be ready for the first portrait. We ready to roll? Okay, judges, got your attention. Thank you. Can you just refresh maybe, or you have already? You in? No. Yesterday I made everybody wait for 20 minutes while my phone got set up. It was very embarrassing, eh? How'd that go? Well, it wasn't my fault, Mr. Banner, you know. You're in? Fantastic. Okay, we have a semi-finalist score of 82, and I'm just going to ask for a quick comment from Fiona, since she's right in the middle there. How could the entrant just take this a step further forward?
Oh, I think it's a fabulous portrait. It's very well lit. The composition's lovely with excellent leading lines around between the faces. I'm just looking for connection between our family members.
Okay, thank you very much. Next image, please. So we have a semi-finalist score of 82. Naomi, just a quick comment perhaps as to, there's a strong, interesting composition, isn't it? Or is it the connection? What are we looking for?
This image does have a really clever composition, and when you go up close to it and you can see that actually the reflection is reflecting something different to the story that's happening up the top, then it does pull you in deeper and you want to know more about this family. I do feel that perhaps the wall on the left-hand side is a little bit strong, and perhaps the entrant could play around with maybe just slightly different composition and to bring a little more strength to and attention to those two beautifully thought-out reflection and subject matter.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Next portrait, please. trying to just get rid of the mouse for you. Which way? Other way? That way? Which way?
To the wall.
That's the trap. Okay, we have a 91. That's a finalist. Obviously a very striking image. Love the colour palette and the use of the blur, and then there's the interaction between the two participants. Well done. That will go for later judging as a finalist. Next image, please. We have an 81, which is a semi-finalist. Natalie, I'm going to ask for a little bit of help as to just a couple of comments. Is the lighting appropriate? Is the interaction seems to be pretty good?
The interaction and the connection is beautiful. To me, the lighting is quite harsh for such a delicate subject matter.
Wanted? Okay, thank you. Fiona's made a point of order. She'd like to challenge.
I absolutely see technical issues in this, but I cannot fault this gorgeous connection between the family members, and that's the category we're judging. That was in the brief. This is what the photographers are shooting for this category, and that connection, particularly with the girls' heads touching, that tenderness between them, the little fellas bringing their hands in. Maybe a frame either side would have been better if the guy on the right could have dropped his hand a little lower, but this is a beautiful representation of this category, and I think we should take another look, team.
Okie doke. Who else would like to comment? Naomi, I know you're not looking towards me, but I'm going to ask you to.
I'm happy to make a comment. Yep, I'm 100% with you with the connection and the posing, and working with 5 children is not an easy task at any time. My feeling is that I feel that there's this beautiful, soft moment between them, and the children actually look quite harsh, and the backlighting is so strong. For me to bring this up higher, I feel that to match that level of connection and that beautiful moment is to actually just make it a whole lot softer.
Thank you. Fiona, you've right of reply. Everybody's okay? Cool. Yep.
Agreed. Like I said, there were technical issues and absolutely just divine connection, which is what I was rewarding. There was a point I was going to make.
Sorry? It's on 81.
It's already a semi-finalist.
So it's a semi-finalist.
It's already a semi-finalist, and I'm sitting in the semi-finalist category. I just want to bring you up a few more points, just in case they're looking for somebody extra.
Go for your life. If the entrant would love the discussion. If you'd like to rescore, Fiona, you keep your score at 86. You weren't completely out. There was 85, 78, 78, something. Yeah. My apologies. I should have seen that. Yeah, and it's been elevated to 82, so a semi-finalist. Good discussion. Thank you very much. Next image, please.
So we can assume this is sharp, can't we?
You assume it is, yeah. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 84. They're all quite even comments. Lisa, just a quick comment for the entrant.
Yeah, this is a really lovely idea and a lovely honest capture of these kids. I think to elevate it, just somewhere they're interacting with each other a little bit more. They're all doing their own beautiful, unique things. And even when the brother's standing over the little girl, he's off somewhere else. So just a little bit more into each other would elevate it.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 82. I might like a quick comment, Fiona, from you as you're in the middle.
I love that the photographer was brave enough not to centre the image because it really helps with the composition. So beautiful connection between the family, great expressions, well done.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Next photo, please. I can't help myself. It's just next print, just rolls off the tongue. We have a commended image with a score of 79, and well done. I guess my observation for the entrant would be that the idea is fantastic, but possibly too many elements with the setting sun, not perhaps using the setting sun to halo the light around. Maybe the posing is a little bit of work, and then maybe the framing as well. The location is great, the idea is great, and I'm sure it'll come through as a semi-finalist next year. Next print, please. Next image, please. You don't have to if you don't. I mean, we've got enough, so it's just up to you. You'd be a sole male. Okay. Okay, we've got a finalist here with a score of 90. A quick comment maybe from, well, we'll let Natalie have a quick observation. Was this already going to go into the PPY judging? So
Yeah, congratulations to the author. Beautiful image, colour palette is stunning, the lighting and the composition is just divine. Well done.
Fantastic, thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a semi-finalist. Courtney, a quick comment from you. We've obviously got some connection between the two subjects there.
Yeah, sure. I definitely, when I got in and got closer, I could see that connection between the female in the background and the Joker in the foreground. You could just sort of see the way that she's leaning into him. At first, I didn't see that connection until I got in closer. What I would say would elevate this would just be for me to get a better understanding of the story here. I mean, obviously, he's the Joker and she's the female Joker. I can't remember what that girl's name is. But understanding why, for me, that's lost.
Okay. Thank you. Next portrait, please. So we have a 79, which is in the commended range. I think there's a great feeling connection between the two, but possibly the term overlit is possibly just a little bit too much light, and maybe using a flag or just some other device to perhaps create a little bit more emotion in the light itself could help. Thank you. We're going to do a little judge change, Courtney. I'm going to invite Harriet to the dais, and we'll go to the next picture, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 86. I'll allow it, yep, I'm happy, yep. So It'll be me electing, so you don't get a right of reply, Harriet, but you've got 84, 88, 85, 82, plus your own 90 in the finalist.
Yeah, I gave this a 90, so I popped it in the finalist scoring area. It's a beautiful studio portrait. I really feel that I get a lot of who these people are, their culture, and to be sort of photographed in a studio with a grey background and get a lot of that culture and a lot of that kind of heritage, I guess, is a wonderful thing. I also find I can see a lot of dignity in the characters, and I feel like they marry each other as well in that they are very connected in the feeling that they're kind of emulating, and just with her with the hands and his hands kind of connected at the front there. I feel like there's a really close kind of bond between them. So I implore you to look again, perhaps.
Lisa?
Yeah, definitely, I agree. There's a high sense of dignity and an emotion there. I think what's holding me back is just that something extra to bring it up into the finalist. And the tassel on the gentleman's hat is very bright. But yeah, I'm listening.
Anybody else like a comment? Yep, Fiona?
It's interesting, Harriet, that you find his hands part of, his pose, engaging and part of his dignity, whereas I found it very closed off. I would like to have seen it a little more open, or some connection with his wife. I find that I'm assuming his wife. I find that he's separating himself from her. And then to bring it into the finalist category, I would have liked her left hand a little further away from his neck, just so it's not sort of, clawing in there. But absolutely stunning studio portrait, so congratulations to the photographer.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to all rescore, I challenge so everyone can change their score.
Rescore. I'm just going to refresh. Oh, it's not letting me.
Always the way. This is where I say something funny like, take your time but hurry up.
Perhaps while we wait, you could let me know what a flag is.
A flag is, well, if you've got your lights, it could be anything. It's just a shape that sits in front of the light and creates a shadow. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Old school. When I was a boy, they made flags out of material,
I can, I've tried it. Do the opening my studio lighting skills.
And the funny thing is, though, when you go into a domestic portrait studio, the terminology is quite different than when you go into an advertising portrait studio. They're all doing the same stuff, but they just got, they used to have different terminology. Mr. Campbell behind you, he'll be able to tell you all about that. He has far more experience in portraiture studios than me. 40 years. You only look 27 though, Andrew. So for all of those in live streaming land, we're just having a little hiccup with the system, whereas I have allowed Harriet to challenge the score and now her system is broken. But it's important that every entry gets due diligence, so we're more than happy to do so. That person's just run away with your phone.
Yes.
Do you know who she is?
Yes.
Okay. So this category, sorry, did you have a... Everyone's, well, there we go. Say something about themselves. All right, you asked me a question. Say something about yourself, please, Lisa.
Yeah, my name's Lisa. First time talker, long time listener. No, I'm from Perth. I run a family portrait studio, so my business is all about family portraits. You know, saleable. I love putting a little bit of a creative edge on when I can. I do underwater, I do aerial as well, but you know, the day-to-day bread and butter is family portrait studio. I have 2 kids. Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to pass the microphone to Harriet.
Hello, I'm Harriet. I am
problem?
a commercial photographer. I'm a commercial photographer working in Melbourne, and I am an educator at Fabulous PSC as well. And I run an organisation called Photo Collective, where we do lovely award programs and events such as this wonderful one we're at today. So it's great to be a part of this one.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fiona. I've been a photographer for 30 years. I know, I started as a baby.
Must have started very young.
Yeah. I swore when I graduated with my scientific photography degree that I would never do weddings and portraits, and actually that's where I've ended up. Predominantly at the moment, thanks to COVID, I have become a commercial photographer with lots of exciting things to see and do, and things that don't answer back to you or vomit on you. It's fabulous. But I am this year's team captain for the World Photographic Cup, Team Australia.
Yep.
And I will be chatting to successful entrants, looking for entries for this year's awards.
Fantastic. Natalie Jane?
Yeah, also known as Natalie Howe. My business is 20 years this year, which is pretty exciting, and I've just built another new studio, so I'm now 3 studios in, hoping to stay there for a long time, and I specialise in photographing usually humans, so in any shape or form, so newborns, weddings, portraits, maternity, so yeah, that's me.
Okay, cool. And Naomi?
I'm Naomi. I opened my little studio only a few years ago, but I'm many years in the creative field. I've been graphic designer for 27 years and photography for 27 years, and I love families, portraits, weddings, anything like that is always lots of fun. Finding the creative edge is even a bonus.
Well, I'd just like to thank all of you young ladies for making me feel even older, because you're all saying you've been in business for 20 years, and I figure, well, how old does that make me? Okay. So we... Harriet. Harriet, don't touch anything. No, you're in. We've got a score. No, semi-finalist at 87, so an extra few points. Good discussion, thank you very much. Okay, we'll go for the next image. Can we? Yeah, that's right.
I can close the break.
Emily, would you like to perhaps jump in? Harriet, you're out of here. Go on. Actually, you worked fine last category. It's only this category. Yeah, I'd take it up with management.
Yeah, and I got put on the last category late as well, so yeah.
Okay, we have a score of, refreshing, here we go, come on screen. Yep, 82, a semi-finalist. And just a quick comment, Natalie, just you're very close there. Definitely some interaction happening there between the family.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful example of an extended family portrait. There's lots of connection. The colour palette is beautiful and the location is beautiful. I don't know how you could actually take this image up to a higher standard. I think it's just a perfect professional portrait.
It is, yeah. It's just the context of a competition. That's right. That's the disadvantage. No, fantastic image. Next print, please. Next photo, please. I love you. Thank you. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 85. We're going to have a challenge? Yeah, I think we should. If you're there, give it a go. So Natalie's on 93, you've got a 78, 85, 82 and 88. So a good range.
So if I was to hire a family photographer to take a photograph of my family and they came back with something like this, I would be blown away. This is not what I would be expecting. This would exceed my expectations. Like we've all seen silhouettes before. They're not a new concept, but when it comes to excelling a client's expectation, you've got the technical skill to create this. The photographer has also added the stars in, the gradient, even the grass. Everything about this screams, blow me up at 1.5 metres, put it in my hallway or my living room and it's a talking point. People coming into your home are going to look at this for decades and discuss this image. This is above what a client would expect.
Okie doke. Thank you. Fiona?
So Nat, I was down the other end and I hear what you're saying about the clients loving it, but could you just explain to me a little bit about the narrative as to why we've separated our families and then just some of the technical issues with the banding through the blues and the horizon's not quite straight?
Look, I'm going to ignore
the
banding. I feel that's a monitor potential issue.
What you want to say?
For me, the horizon is straight. When it comes to the separation, I think that's a composition thing. So they have purposely positioned everybody so your eye goes from the left right through to the right, and then you've got the little boy being lifted up in the middle, creating that flow going around. So I'm quite happy with the composition. I think if everyone was together in a clump, you wouldn't see the definition of everybody's, like their limbs, their body. Yeah, so I'm happy with that composition.
Did you want to comment? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say I absolutely love the impact of this image too, and the middle is just beautiful, and even the way everyone on the outside is standing. But I feel if we could somehow bring some movement to the people on the outside, and the being really picky, there's two people on the left, right and left. They're not in the middle of that gap like the other people. But I agree, I was at 85s, I was up there, but I'm not quite sure I'm in the finalist range.
Okay. You've had your right of reply, or you've had it. Okay, thank you, judges. If you'd like to rescore. Natalie, you'll keep your score at 93. Good discussion. We have a semi-finalist at 87. Next, Lisa, would you like to take a break and I'll bring Andrew in? And we'll take the next image, please. Oh, you could be. I'll try you in a little while then, okay? Where'd you go? Oh, did you? That's cool. We had to go to the gym to get ours this morning. As our drink, our coffee. Yeah. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with a score of 87. Andrew Campbell, who's joined the stage, has scored at 92 and he would like to challenge. Andrew, you've got an 85, 87, 88 and 82. Microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. First image, boom. Exquisite connection between the two figures here. Beautiful expression on that baby's face. That child is like nailed it. You know, that's the moment. Mum's having a really good hair day, and you can see the styling there is brilliant. The photographer here has really used all their skills and craft to execute this faithfully and beautifully. The quality of lighting is gorgeous. The tonality, the whole colour palette is deliberately and carefully chosen. I think it's a fabulous image.
Do you want to chat? Yep, Naomi? Yeah. Yep. Oh, you know I'm going to ask you, Naomi.
I do, I know. I think I was possibly at the bottom end, and I can see everything that Andrew's mentioned. What's held me back, the connection with the baby and the mum are gorgeous. The baby's got such a cheeky, quirky expression. I felt that the lighting on his shoulders was actually quite harsh and quite bright, and I also felt that maybe it could have benefited if it had possibly been presented in a circle format, and maybe we don't really need that bottom part of the skirt. And I think that pulling all of that in together would actually just strengthen that connection that's already there in the image.
Yep. You want a quick chat, Emily? Yep.
In a category where we're allowed to fix a few things, the tulle over on the left just detracts me from the shape and things like that. It adds nothing extra, and I think it could have been removed. I do agree it's a very solid semi-finalist as far as I'm concerned for all of the reasons that Andrew's mentioned, but just didn't tip me quite over the edge with a few of those details that could have been finessed.
Thank you. Right, a reply, Andrew?
I think it just comes back to this connection that we have. I take on board the point about the circular mat. That would really lift it a lot, in which case I'd probably be championing for an even higher score. As it is, I'm going to encourage you to raise your scores because every single point counts.
Thank you, Andrew. If you'd like to rescore, Andrew, you just re-enter 92, but you should know that. We have 88, so we've moved up a point. The entrant will be very pleased. Thank you, Andrew. Next portrait, please. And Natalie, have you pressed the magic button? Have you pressed the, yes you have, I think. Yep. Okay, we've got a score of roll of drums until, yep, 95. Well, I guess that just scrapes into the finalist category.
Can we challenge it?
You can challenge it. Yeah, everyone's in the 90s. Why not? Yeah, okay. We've got that good. Yeah, is there a highest scoring print of the image of the competition? Don't know. All right, Andrew. I'll let you have a challenge because since you're on 99, I just want to know why you were so chicken.
I was asking myself that. I had the privilege of scoring this online, and that gave me a really good opportunity to have a really close look at this image as one of the online judges. And it is absolutely, in my opinion, probably one of the finest, if not the finest, family portrait concepts I've ever seen. Because it's amazingly clever. I mean, gosh. And then you start reading into the whole family tree and the demographics and the little moments here and the gorgeous little, flying bunny rabbit, and then the guy in the middle, he's just like, yep, that's my family. Yep, they're crazy. That's what they do. The colour palette is absolutely sublime. The genius behind this conceptually is amazing. But then in this one, the execution has gone with it. It's not like just this, let's have this great idea and do something. They've actually followed through with it. In every possible level, it's superior, and I probably should have given it 100.
Natalie? No, you don't have to. Fiona?
Look, I might have been a little chicken at 92. I'm prepared to come up. Very rarely when we see a portrait like this that's photographed individually does each individual portrait have such exceptional technique. And I think the photographer has excelled in that area. Each portrait on its own is beautiful. The meaning of the family, and we talk about this category being connected, and we want people to be touchy-feely and looking at each other. And whilst we only have 2 people actually doing that, I am fully committed and connected to this family. And let's not miss the missing chair. There is somebody missing from this family portrait, and if that doesn't punch you in the guts with all the feels, then 92 is shy. I'm going up with Andrew.
All righty. There's no right of reply. Everybody feel that they've said their tuppence worth?
Oh, I see.
I still think it's an empty chair.
Okay. Did you want to say something? No? Okay. If you're all free to rescore because I challenged. Please don't go down, that would be embarrassing.
I can't go far up. That's not every day you throw out in the base.
No, it's not. A paltry 98, is it? Okay, well done. We'll just take a little bit to just slow down for 10 seconds before we go to the next picture, because it's going to be a hard ask for the next one. I'll change the judge, okay. We're going to try Harriet again. We're going to risk Harriet. Naomi, you want to jump off? Okay, yep.
Everyone cross your fingers.
Please not be a troublemaker. I want to get out of this later.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing my best, everyone.
All right, you're on a good behaviour bond, Harriet, so just as long as you know. Next image, please. Are you still struggling, are you?
I don't have the picture yet.
need to... Jen? Oh, she's in. Good. You're working actually, are you, Harriet? So we have an 87. I'm going to challenge it for you, Harriet, even though you can. Just mindful of the image that we just had, and also mindful of the subjects there. So I'd like a bit of discussion. I'll have a view, but I'll let you start.
Yeah, I had this in the finalist range. It's an absolutely stunning image. The connection between the two men is just beautiful, the tenderness and yet the sort of muscular tone of their bodies, but the tenderness that they have together, the intimacy you can feel, and technically, you know, the lighting and the way it's crafted is beautiful. I think it's just ticking all the boxes for this category. It's gentle, it's not brassy, it's just really quiet and beautiful.
Thank you. Emily?
Yeah, I was at the other end. I love all of those elements to it. That ring detracts for me, and I really want to see the other arm. I see the connection, but I feel like the connection's coming from one... I want another hand in there. I want that closeness. And if the ring is really important, which I feel like it should be, and because we're seeing it, then it's just in the wrong spot.
Fiona?
I would have gone straight to finalist if our character on the left had had a hand up on the chest. If there had been some connection to bring that closure, that connection from both sides, because I can feel that breath on the cheek. It's just sublime lighting. Congratulations to the photographer, just looking for that extra element of connection.
Yeah, if I could just, and I'm not saying right or wrong, but by not having that hand there, is that just a different message? That's the only thing I'm just asking. Okay, if you'd like to rescore, I've challenged, so you can all change your scores. Oh, we're up there, finalist, 90. Thank you. Next image, please. We have an 83, a semi-finalist. Fiona, I'm going to just ask for a quick comment from you as to what you would do if you were the photographer, or what we could suggest. Did you challenge it? Okay, you can challenge it. Natalie, would you like to challenge it? Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. Okay, so with this one, there is a connection with every single person in this image. You've got dad catching mum. He's a fisherman, she loves riding a bike, you've got the little love heart there. So I'm just going to explain the elements that I'm seeing in case people are missing it. You know, you've got the little person there loves gymnastics, you've got someone who loves soccer, and you've got a little person there who loves his cars and his trucks and all that, and you've got the family dog. So that is a portrait of a whole family, and you can tell what each individual person loves doing within that family unit. You've got the beautiful glow of the orange sunset, you know, the hill, the way they've manipulated it in Photoshop to create that connection. You've got the 4 little birds. It's one of those portraits that if you were to go to a family photographer and say, capture my family, and that photographer sits down and talks to you about your family photos and just talks to you about who you are as a family, and you get given this image, you'd be like, wow, you didn't just make me look at the camera and smile. You've created an image to show every single personality in this photo.
Harriet?
Yeah, it's probably a bit on the lower side. I think I was getting a bit distracted. It felt like there was too many elements that were distracting me. I love the silhouette, although I don't think it's quite as punchy as some we've seen before. It feels a little muddy maybe, and I think that the clouds in the sky feel a little bit muddy as well. And then with the shape of the image, I sort of was getting a bit overwhelmed by maybe too many elements, but I can see what you're saying with the connection, and I think I will be moving up a little bit on the image.
Fiona, sure, yes.
Yeah, a silhouette's not a new concept. So when we see it, we want to see it, to bring it into the finalist range, I need something a little bit more exciting. Clicks to the photographer for this creative crop, but I would have liked to have seen the mountain mirror that crop. If we're going to commit to that arc, then let's bring the mountain into the same. And with Mum being on the brighter side of the image, I keep falling her side, so I keep getting dragged out of the image that way. But I'm happy to come up a few points now.
Right of reply?
Yeah, what are we on?
We're on 83.
Oh yeah, it needs to at least be. Look, I'm in finalist range, but you know, even getting it to a decent semi-finalist, 83 needs to go up higher than that.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, I'm not trying to bully. Look, we're in family category. To me, this is showing the family unit, and it's also showing the personalities of each individual family member.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, Natalie will keep hers at 91.
I know, you forget that bit, don't you? You just sit there. Yeah.
85, right in the middle of the semi-finalist range, so I hope that's as satisfactory. Almost. Next image, please. Get you to take over from Fiona in the next picture. Okay. I haven't forgotten you. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 81. And Fiona, just a quick comment for the entrant. Does the oval frame work for you?
The oval frame does work for me. It looks like a beautiful old-fashioned cameo, and you know, would make a stunning portrait for Mum. I would have come higher if our skin tones had been addressed. Skin tones.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll go to the next image. Fiona, I'm actually going to switch you over with Courtney. We have a commended image with 77. I love the looking through the out-of-focus flowers in the foreground. I come into the faces and perhaps just a little bit too much light, just a little bit overlit for my sentimentalities, but great idea. Next picture, please. We have an 84, which is a semi-finalist. I think you should, Andrew. Yeah. Yep. Microphone.
First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the photographer's craft in the studio with their lighting. It's exquisite. Beautiful, good old-fashioned family portrait in the studio, stuff going on there. I would dearly have loved to have seen her on something other than an apple box, though, because I think that lady deserves something just a bit more elegant to go with this crafted, elegant couple that we're seeing, in which case I'd be asking for a lot more than 90. But in this case, I want to reward craftsmanship and lighting and, you know, all those sorts of things, and the tonal range. It's beautiful.
Courtney, who would like to? I'm happy for anyone to have a chat. Yep, doesn't have to be the lowest.
I think I'm on the lowest end. I was at a 78. Yeah. For me to move up into a higher range for this, I just need more connection. That's what this category is about. So to see more of a real connection between the two subjects that we have in the frame is what would push me up higher. But I'm not seeing that in this image.
Anybody else like to comment? Andrew, I suppose if I can put tuppence in, I look at the woman, I just wonder whether the pose, I go back to Charis and to the Irving Penn studio type, and I just wonder whether her pose is not quite angulated enough. I just feel that there's so much potential in there, whereas he, to me, is perfect. He's perfect. Comments from you, just as you want to talk me up?
Sure. I think she's kind of the matriarch of the family here. That's why she's strong and powerful, and, you know, he's a little bit in the background. Some families, that's just how it works, and I think that's what we're seeing here culturally. I think that's what we've been presented with in this instance, and that's perhaps why you're not seeing that kind of warm, fuzzy connection, because I think it's more a case of we are here. This is kind of a regal portrait, and that's what I'd like you to reward.
Thank you, Andrew. If you'd keep your score at 92, the other judges are free to consider. We have an 85 semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Did you talk me up? Yeah. Yeah, I was with you. But nobody else wanted to talk, so I thought I had to fill in the gap.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Photograph containing two or more individuals sharing a close emotional bond, a moment that highlights connection, love and intimacy between individuals or family members. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are permitted. We've got an 86 and a semi-finalist. We have a range of scores. Yeah, well, if you're going to go and put that score up there, you're going to have a little bit of a chat.
Sorry. This is exquisite. Just, oh my gosh, the conceptual genius and thought that's gone into this, I think, is the first thing I'd like very much to acknowledge. Colour palette is sublime. The costuming, I guess I'm going to call it, works really well, right down to the gentleman's feet, which are, suggested they're frozen with the colour there. And lighting-wise, I mean, it just draws you right into this, fantasy world. And, maybe these guys are cosplayers, who knows? But it's, exquisite. So let's continue the conversation.
So, Courtney, I'm going to ask you again, yes?
I am totally listening, and I agree about the concept behind this. I think where I would like to see something extra here is some sort of demonstration of a real strong emotional bond. I mean, that's what we're looking for in this category. And so I don't see that in their eyes. They're connected. The embrace is lovely. The story, I see the emotional bond. I'm not sure it's there for me.
Somebody else like to comment? Yeah.
I might just comment a little bit on the emotional connection. I feel like it really is there. I think that, they're both looking at the camera. I think they're both so cool and beautiful and glamorous and otherworldly, and the kind of connection that they have leaning their bodies in together. And they have a very similar look to camera, this kind of like cool kind of elitist look almost, and I think that's kind of connecting them almost, rather than like looking at each other necessarily.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting, because when we read the rules, but I don't know whether the rules say that it has to be a positive or it can be a completely distant, and so yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And that helps me see what you're seeing.
Yeah, because it took me a few goes, and then I was like, no, it doesn't feel like it's there. Yeah.
Andrew, right for reply.
Just echoing that, there's also, I guess, a clinical detachment there because, they're in the ice cave. They're meant to be kind of cold and, that's sort of the vibe that I think the photographer is very deliberately placed here. It's almost like, back in the days when I had hair and you go to nightclubs and, you see the cool people literally walking around like almost ignoring you because they were so, dressed beautifully and for the part. And these guys are like, wow, they are literally king and queen of their world. And I think it's a privilege to score this one, so let's go.
Thank you. Andrew, if you keep your score at 95, the other judges, you are able to rescore as you see fit.
Sorry, boss, was that too long?
Now, it's an interesting set of rules there, because as you read the rules, it's just interesting, the interpretation. Well, you guys have done some good stuff and some not so good stuff. So we're on 89 and it will get a chair, we'll go for review. Okay, but good discussion, thank you. Next image, please. Computer says no. Yep, it's in. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we have an 83, a semi-finalist. And Emily's going to challenge. Go, Emily.
In stark contrast...
So you've got 78, 2 82s and an 80, so you are up there.
This is a totally different family, isn't it, than the one we just saw? How incredible is this? I am so drawn into this story of this family and the realness and the... I really see a disconnect from, say, the photographer and the family. I see a looking in to another family, another lifestyle. And I think it's been captured with dignity. And I think it's worthy of coming up into a really solid finalist range for the characters and the stories that we're getting through this image. So I'd like to discuss.
You know who I'm going to ask, Natalie, don't you?
So I scored it in the commended range purely for what you said. There was a disconnect. And we're in the category where we need to show connection. And although disconnection can also be honoured by showing that, I just feel there is also not only a disconnection with the photographer to the subject, there's a disconnection within the subjects as well. You've got the little boy there on the right. He's quite disconnected. Maybe if they were around their campfire and they were doing something and they were connecting as a family, and also potentially shot at a different time of the day.
Thank you, Doug. Harriet, yep.
I think it's there's sort of one person that's really smiling, or two people that are really smiling, one person that's looking off camera, so there's a little bit of a kind of, you know, most people are looking. I think the four characters on the left-hand side are incredible, and if that was the photo, just on the left there with those four characters, whoa, like so strong, like they know who they are, and then, but the other characters on the sort of right-hand side of the image, it just starts to sort of fall off and lose that real connection and concentration.
Thank you. Right of reply.
Within a family with lots of siblings, you've got all sorts of personalities and people, and you've got a bunch over on the left there that are kind of playing this role. You've got the people that want to have their photo taken in a family. You've got the people that don't want to have their photo taken in the family. You've got the people that are like, nah, I don't want to be seen this way, and yeah, I'm super proud of these people. I think there's so much in this that is worthy of coming up because of all of the individual characteristics within the family, but they are connected.
Thank you. If you'd like to rescore, Emily, you keep yours at 92. And we're at 84, so semi-finalist. Thank you. Next image, please. And just a little note that they don't have to be family, they can just be friends, so according to the rules. So. How many we got? Refuse, yeah. Let's keep going this one, you guys can. So we have an 85, a semi-finalist. Yep, Harriet, please. Are you going to challenge it? Go, girl. All right, okay. That's what we like. So you've got an 84, 88, 85 and a 77 to talk to.
Oh, this is just so beautiful. This, I mean, we're talking about connection in family. We're talking about different generations. I think it's a beautiful thing having the two men there as well, the male connection as well. To me, it's the grandfather and a grandson. The smile on the grandfather's face, this just like overwhelming kind of love that you can feel. His chin sort of down, turned towards his grandson. Grandson just being completely like, doesn't even, realise the moment he's in. He's just there with his grandpa. Yes, I'm sure someone's going to talk about the light that's coming in that's a little bit hot on this side. Potentially, the crop could have swung round a little bit, so, we could have lost a bit of that, or they could have controlled it a bit more. But it's the connection, that hand on the chest, the singlet that the man's wearing. I mean, this is real. This is real family.
Yep. Courtney, would you like to come in? Or is it Andrew? Andrew? Right, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah. Bad guy.
I'm literally at the other end. Look, I hear everything you're saying there about the connection, and I don't disagree with it at all. My concern is the production values of this image, and you rightly suggested that light coming in from the right is really clumsy. When I say clumsy, if it were a much darker background, if it were some form of drama to bring us in to really enjoy that connection, I'd be right there with you. But as it is, I'm not. But also the other thing, there's an awkward tension with cutting the boy's shoulder off there, and amputating the gentleman's arms the way that they're done. They're not. If he was perhaps, holding the boy's forearms or something, getting that connection to really connect would be beautiful. I see the expressions; they're gorgeous, but I'm just not there on the finalist range. I'm sorry.
Anybody else like to comment? Right of reply.
I'll do a reply. I can see that. I think I don't think the grandpa needs to be holding on to the grandchild. I think he's almost like a man of perhaps that generation is not as open to hugs and holding on, but the grandson doesn't care. He's coming in anyway. I think, that light is, it's a shame, but also, how beautiful is that light on the boy? They're hitting his shoulder, hitting his face, just highlighting his cheekbones. I just think sometimes the emotion of the image can outweigh the small technical aspects.
Thank you. All right, if you'd like to hold your score, thanks, Harriet, and the other judges rescore.
You can resist such an impassioned.
You were 90. 92, I think. Yeah, stop trying to wrangle the system. It's not going to work. Yeah. Okay, well, something happened. We've got a 90. That's a finalist for those of you who are not mathematically inclined. Next image, please. We have an 82, a semi-finalist. If it's okay, we'll leave it at that. Beautiful lighting, beautiful control there. The dachshund is perhaps, if that's what it is, the little doggy is possibly, is it a little bit hidden, or is it just perfect as a process of discovery later on? So I'm sure we've all got different views. Love the lighting though.
Choice of lens.
Next image, please. Sorry?
Choice of lens.
Choice of lens.
Looks like it's too wide. Big hands.
I'm on to the next image. So we have a 79 in the commended range. You do? You're nodding? Yeah, okay. Be bold, Courtney. Come on, be bold. 85. So you've got it right in the middle of the semi-finalist range. And you've got 78, 81, 78 and 75.
Okay. I think that with this image, it's like I can see into that dog's soul a little bit, the way that there's the connection with the noses and the eyes straight at each other. And it's hard to put into words exactly how this made me feel when I saw it, but I felt love between the two of them. And with her hand holding the dog's paw, and it was just like they were speaking to each other without any words being said. And that's what I felt when I saw this. I felt like it was a very strong emotional connection that we're seeing in the image. For the photographer to have maybe taken a step to the left would have really elevated this more for me, positioning it so that there was more symmetry with the trees on the sides, and that would have really made it stronger. But the emotional connection for me was absolutely apparent from the moment I saw the image, and that's why I scored it that 85.
Thank you. Emily?
Yeah, I was...
You were 78.
78. So I can see what you're saying. The emotional connection there between the woman and the dog is spot on. But we're just getting taken out of the frame with the foot and with that symmetry. To come up a little bit, I would have to have all of those elements come together. A tighter crop or a circle crop or something where we're not distracted would elevate it for me.
Thank you. Any happy with the comment? You would write a reply?
Yeah, that's fair. I can understand that point. I still think it deserves a little bit higher, but I can understand the points provided.
Thank you. All right. Courtney, if you keep your score at 85, the other judges are able to rescore. And we have a 79 and it will go for review. So that was the last image, was it? Oh, one more. Okay, beg your pardon. Okay. Next image. Yep, Courtney's engaged. I can see we're going to have a discussion on this one too. You've got a 79 commended, but Emily's going to say hello to us. Okay, so you've got actually, well, you're not completely Robinson Crusoe, but you've got 76, 84, 78 and 76.
Well, it definitely needs to come up, in my opinion. So what we've got is a lovely story happening in here. We've got the couple, the children, the disjointed nature of the family in the middle there, and then all together in the end. I don't think that, I can see that it's been duplicated, sections of it have been duplicated, but none of that kind of, it's done quite well in a way that isn't detracting us from reading it just like a beautiful line in a storybook. I think it definitely deserves credit to come up a little higher than that commended range.
Harriet.
I don't agree. I can see that there's a really nice idea here, and I commend the photographer for giving it a good crack. And there's some nice moments for sure within the picture. I think it's muddled, and I think especially the middle section, the people behind trees, and the trees are quite clunky in the front of them. And it's muddled. That's the word that comes to mind. That's what I believe.
And I think it's the muddled bit that I love the most. Family's messy and it's chaotic and it doesn't always stand between the trees, and it's got that. It's got those moments, and I think we're given that story of a couple, the children, the clunkiness and the disjointed nature of family, and then they are all together in the end. We get that beautiful full stop.
Okay, if you'd like to rescore, Emily, you'll keep yours at 90. We've got a 79, is that correct? Yes, commended at 79, and that will be reviewed as well. Okay, so Naomi, I'm going to get you to take over from Natalie. And what we've got is reviews. I'm just mixing up to see what happens, but there aren't any other judges that I'm missing out there, are they? No? Okay, yep. Oh, Fiona. Yeah, no, Fiona, you can come in too. Maybe you take over from, I think we're going to kick out Emily. Yeah. So the process we're going into now is there are break points between being a commended, a semi-finalist and a finalist. And if you are on that break point, we give your image we give the judges a second bite of the cherry. So they're going to be asked, yes, it goes up to the next category, or no, it stays down where it is currently positioned. So you're ready to roll, are we? Gosh, you're good at this. You know the other room isn't as efficient as you know. Okay, so this image is currently on 79. It is a commended image. Should it go up to a semi-finalist? So thumbs up or thumbs down. We'll leave it as a commended image. Thank you. Okay, this image is currently also commended. Should it go up to a semi-finalist, or are you comfortable leaving it as a commended? Remains as a commended. Thank you.
I know, doesn't it? It feels so harsh.
Please be quiet for Caesar. Okay, this image has also scored 79 as a commended. And it remains commended. Thank you. Okay, this is a semi-finalist, and the question we're asking is, should it be elevated to finalist? And it's going to stay as a semi-finalist. And that's it, is it? Oh, this one, sorry. I thought we were doing one. Okay, we're back at a commended size. So commended, should it be elevated to a semi-finalist? And it stays as a commended. Thank you very much. So thank you to GoDocs. This is the end of the Australian Photographic Prizes Creative Family category. Thank you for your attendance. The crowd out there has grown to around about 35,000 now. Thank you very much. Thank you to our judges, our ball boys and everybody. And we will be back online in a little while with the next category, which is, I've got no idea, but we're all going for lunch. So we can cut live stream. We are...
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Barreda Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Barreda prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Barreda differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper. And that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or the creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or the creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper. And that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or the creative uses. It has one of the highest D-Max ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
2023 Australian Photographic Prize, and we're judging the newborn category. Welcome to the online streamers. Welcome to the 35,000 people we have in attendance here in sunny Melbourne this afternoon. Category is proudly sponsored by the Professional Photographers Business Network. My name is Peter Eastway and I will be your panel mentor for the afternoon. Few housekeeping guidelines. Bathrooms are not in here. Please ensure your phone is on silent. That would be great. We have an esteemed judging panel. We have Carolyn Bowen, Courtney's just left, Fiona Hanbury, Harriet has left as well, Katrina Ferguson, Lacey Barrett, Lisa Ivanidich, Naomi Reiter and Natalie Jane. And I always get that wrong, don't I? But,
the more syllables the better.
Ivanidich. So Lisa, I'm pretty good with Lisa. Yeah, that's great. Alrighty, okay. So the newborn category, the preamble. Newborns are infants. It's good to know. Newborns are infants with age or corrected age up to 4 weeks. Images may be posed, lifestyle, creative or documentary. Entrants are encouraged to submit original concepts demonstrating their own unique style. Purchased digital backgrounds are not permitted. All elements of an entry must be 100% photographic in origin, and the full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are allowed. So that's the background for the category. We've all had a little bit of a whiz through and a look. We're all ready to judge. And does that say picture number 1 up the top? No, not yet, but it will.
We can start as well.
And you can start judging now. Thank you. So we're off to our start. Our first image scores 85, is a semi-finalist. So actually, yeah, Kat, I might just get you to make a quick comment.
Yes, happy to. This is a beautiful image. It has immediate visual impact, very pleasing. The gradient throughout is lovely. The narrative is clear. Very well done, well handled. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have another semi-finalist with a score of 81. Fiona, a quick comment if you may, please.
There's a beautiful tenderness in this connection, and I would have liked to have gone higher with this had the highlights been better handled.
Okay, thank you very much. Next image, please. So we have another 81, a semi-finalist. And Caroline, would it be appropriate to ask you just to make a quick comment? We're just at the beginning of the semi-finalist range. What could the photographer do perhaps to elevate their score?
Yeah, this is a great photograph of Dad with these, I assume, twins. Really high degree of difficulty as well to have those babies posed the way they are in the dad's arms, like really difficult. I think perhaps the babies are just sitting a little bit low in the frame, so if we were just given a bit more space below, or if the babies were held a little bit higher, which might be a bit difficult, but I think that could have brought it up a little bit.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Next image, please. We have an 87. It's a very solid semi-finalist. But, Lacey, you can... However, I am the mentor. And I shall challenge it on your behalf. And I'd love you to have a chat.
Thank you, Peter. Man, this image, when I first saw it, there's absolutely visual impact. We absolutely have a story. We absolutely have an image that has been handled exquisitely. I mean, when we're talking about monochromatic images with white on white on white on white, these shadows have been handled beautifully. I think the technical skill that has gone into this, the story that we are getting, even down to the shadows on each one of these droplets. I mean, I think we're looking at a finalist. This is an image I think that could absolutely represent what newborn is, and I would heavily encourage my judges to come back and have a look at what it is that we're seeing.
Fiona, I'll get you to make a comment.
When we see such a high level of creativity and design in an image, it's easy to go straight to the faults to try and bring it back down to reality. And I think I may have been a bit harsh on the pose of the baby. I wanted those feet to be a little tighter, so a little less distracting, particularly when you stand back. Up close, they're beautiful and delicate and very well handled with its lighting. I just wanted a little more composure in those feet. But thank you, Lacey, I have listened.
Kat, you were right on the edge.
Yeah, I was, absolutely. So I'm listening. I saw the droplets, Lacey, that you referenced them as eggs, potentially. They certainly look like eggs to me. But in terms of the story, I guess, obviously this is visually beautiful, technically sound, stunning in that regard. For me, I haven't fully caught the narrative, so I am listening. Please help me out.
Okay, Lacey, right of reply. Oh, you don't? No, that's right. That's well picked up. Okay, but you can change your score, or if you'd like to rescore. Bingo, we've got a finalist at 90. Next image, please. This image has fallen into the commended range, so good professional practice. Okay, Fiona's indicated she'd like to have a chat. Who's stolen the mic? Me.
As a newborn photographer, we pray for a baby that sleeps and, holds their pose and keeps their fingers flat, and that doesn't always happen. So commended to the photographer for capturing an expression here. For me, the post-production was just a little heavily handed.
So what, when you say the post-production?
So the skin's been smoothed out to the point where I can't actually see any texture. So just dial that back a little bit.
Fantastic, thank you. Next print, please. Next photograph, please. So we have a semi-finalist with a score of 80. I think the lighting is wonderful, but I saw a couple of the judges putting their hand over the right and wondering whether the photograph was actually just in on the infant. And that alone, I think, was tightly cropped, absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Next picture, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 83. Would you like to make a quick comment? You can actually challenge, can't you? Are you challenging, young Fiona? All righty, we are on 88. There's 87, 84, 80 and 75.
I am challenging, and for a very technical judge to say that, this is a personal challenge. I can see technical faults, but I am excusing those for that beautiful emotive journey this photographer has just taken me on. I've imagined this to be a story of starting out something barren and deprived of colour and life. We've moved into the blues and we're starting to warm up, and suddenly we've come into the spring and we've bloomed. A very predictable story, yes, but I just think it was very creatively done. The baby's posing is great. It's not perfect, no, the highlights are a little warm, a little hot, but I think it's a deliberate choice of the photographer too to sort of bring that graduated lightness across to the right as well, across to the left as well. Would be interesting to see this flipped, to read it the other way, but yeah, I'd like the judges just to consider a little bit more of the story.
Sure.
I have a question, because I read the story as it should be, like you say, but I read the months and it goes, I'm so confused. It starts in spring, September, October, November, December, January, February. So the timeline goes backwards to the end, and rather than seeing dry, barren going through to life. So am I getting my months? I'm so confused by that. It's very hard to read the months at the end, but those first few are definitely going right through to April, are going backwards.
Maybe the fact that you're asking all those questions, the photograph is succeeding on some level. Caroline, did you want to make a comment? Yeah.
So I actually scored this at the other end. I think it's a beautiful concept, but I think it needs a fair bit of finessing actually. For me, the story perhaps should be read from left to right. And I also feel like the baby in the bowl is quite muted colour, or no colour, is quite muted, soft tones, and a little soft as well. The rest of the image is quite bright and sharp. So I'm not sure that it's quite coming together for me. But I'm happy to be listening, and I hear what you're saying, and it's interesting for me to hear your interpretation of the story, which I hadn't quite picked up.
Kat, quick comment?
Yep, I'm listening to Fee. Could you just help me resolve, to me, that baby head looks like it has just been stuck on there. Like the chin area around there, to me, looks very cut and pasted. So please help me out there. Am I wrong?
Before Fee, you need to add anything, Lacey? Or?
Oh, I was just gonna look. I was on the higher end with Fiona, and I saw the story being read as summer, spring, autumn, winter, and then death. And that was what really drew me into that story. And I was so taken into that story. I didn't even notice the cut and pasted baby. I didn't even notice anything else. I did see that the highlights were a bit warm, but they're warmer on the left side of the baby, and then they even out. So it's almost like a graduated, like it was intentional to have those hot spots on the left side of the baby. Because if you look on the right side, where we start moving into autumn, winter, and death, there are no blown out highlights on that side. And I actually think that that was quite intentional. And yeah, I saw that as death, barrenness, things like that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Fiona, right of reply?
Don't you just love a good narrative? So we all interpreted this differently. If I'm not mistaken, this is an international competition. So what we've assumed should be spring in terms of September could actually be reversed for the other hemisphere. Yep. Yeah. Well, we could also go that you start off with this, beautiful blossom of life and then you become barren. Either way, we're all talking about the journey, and that's what we love.
Thank you. If you'd like to rescore, Fiona, you keep yours at 88. We're up to 85 semi-finalists. Good. Great conversation. Next image, please. We have another semi-finalist with a score of 81. I think everybody will agree that a lovely subject and posing. I'm just going to talk about tonal mapping as a way of looking at the image, and if we want the eye to go to the kittens and to the baby, then maybe darkening down the shoulder of the child and darkening down the front of the bassinet there, that's going to allow you to get your eye into what is the subject just by using tonal adjustments. Next image, please. Next one. Yeah, next one. That's a good idea. Okay, righto. We have a commended image with 79, and Lacey, you made eye contact. I'm going to ask you to make a comment.
Well done to the photographer. We've got such sweet posing here. I think in order to bring this up into the next range, I would possibly watch those highlights that are coming in on the left and just dial those down just a teeny bit, but well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Caroline, have you pressed the magic button? No, I had that yesterday. Yep, that's worked. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with a score of 80. And since you kept us waiting, Caroline, would you like to make a quick comment?
This is a really delightful newborn image. I love the warm, soft tones throughout and the nice soft textures as well. Works beautifully.
Thank you very much. Next image, we'll have a judge change. Fiona will bump you out. Natalie in. And we've got the next image up, have we? Yep, we do. Have a commended image of 79. And Kat, maybe a comment from you, please.
Yes, and I would like to commend the photographer. They're well and truly on track here. Maybe some more narrative, maybe consider a circular crop, something else that we can look at, but as is, it's lovely, but for award standard and to get it up higher, give us a little bit more.
Thank you. Next portrait, please. No, you're in. Your penance is due. We have an 81, a semi-finalist. And Kat, yep, get you to make a comment as well. You're close.
Yes, I absolutely can. For me to bring this higher, give us a little bit less, following on from the back. last print. So the vignette is a little bit heavy for my liking. Yeah, certainly on the right track, well done. Obviously a lot of effort gone into this, but yeah, the vignette particularly is very off-putting.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. We have an 81, a semi-finalist again. Someone like to make a comment? Lisa, thanks.
I commend the photographer to keep on going in this way, but perhaps pay a little bit more attention to the shadows. We've lost the wrap of the baby. It looks to be a little bit more floating there. And then just with your narrative, just have a little think about, there's a piece missing, but it's just a blank piece. There's a really interesting story here, but perhaps it could be further developed.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an 82, a semi-finalist. Who'd like to make a comment? Natalie? So interesting, the limbs in the background there.
Yeah, it's beautifully composed. For me to take it up a little bit higher, just the highlights on that leg is quite harsh, and the angle of the head is also quite harsh. It's almost at a 90-degree angle to the baby's body, and I think just the baby's head just tilted just a little bit more naturally would create that beautiful curve that we like to see.
Thank you. Next portrait, please. So we have an 82, which is a semi-finalist. Who would like to make a comment here? Kat, sure.
Yes, well done on the narrative. It's very clear what's going on here. In this instance, the shifted out of kilter needles and injections and things, when you've got the opportunity to either physically move them in person and perfect them, get them in the right spots. Some of them are off, they're off position and stuff, which is, for me, I'm finding that a little bit distracting. So, you've got the opportunity to do it when you're shooting, or in this category you can do it in post, straighten things up so that we're not distracted by those tiny imperfections, but well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. We're judging the newborn category for those at home, in case you'd forgotten, proudly sponsored by the Professional Photographers Business Network. We have a raucous crowd of 23,000 here waiting. Bit quieter down there in the back, please. So we have a commended image with 79, and that's certainly got an expression. Lisa, what do you make of that expression?
Oh, look, how could you say no to those cheeks? That's just adorable. And yeah, well done to the photographer. This is a solid image of a newborn baby. When we're looking at elevating into a award section, we just want something a little bit different. I also think perhaps the crop's a little bit tight. Give this bubba a little bit room to breathe.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic. Next image, please. So we have an 85, a semi-finalist. We do, though, have a couple of people that are sitting in the finalist category, so I feel it's beholden upon me to challenge on your behalf. So you don't get a right of reply, but I will challenge the image. We've got 88, 80, 90, 90 and 80, so we're thinking. All right, come on, Kat, we'll get you to have a chat.
Just as a quick note, I was just waiting for you to tell us which one of us could challenge.
Which one? No, neither of you are challenging.
No,
he's challenging.
Yes,
I'm
I understand,
challenging.
but aren't we in the position to, if we could have wanted to or not?
No, 86.
86, apologies, I misheard. Yes,
But
all
just
right.
remember I'm an accountant.
This is true. This is true. All right, apologies, everyone. Yes, I'm glad we get to talk about this image. You can enjoy this image thoroughly from sitting way back here. It has that immediate, strong visual impact. It is simple, but it is beautiful. It's been very well handled. I personally am not picking up any flaws in this, in terms of technical detail, so please talk to me about that if you are. Let's bring it up. I definitely think it's a finalist image. The colouring as well, obviously, in my mind, suits the heritage of these babies that I'm assuming, in terms of the red. And talk to me. Tell me why it's not a finalist.
Lacey?
Yeah, I was probably harsh in the very beginning, but I think initially why I was harsh is sitting back here when you initially see the image, there's this haze, like it looks like somebody took a brush tool possibly, color matched it, and then wrapped that around and made the blanket fade into the background. And so I'd really love to see some separation and some definition between what is around the babies and the background, and that was what really held me out of that finalist range. It's almost like a cloudiness. I can't quite put my finger on it. But yeah, I'm listening. This is an exquisite image. The lighting is beautiful on the babies. They are wrapped tightly and snug and absolutely adorable.
Natalie, you're halfway there.
Living on a prayer. I think that haze is intentional. Like, this photographer knows what they're doing. So you can see straight away we're at, what are we at? 86.
We're at 86.
Yeah, so we're not talking about we're already talking about a photo that is above client standard. So the photographer, I'm ignoring that haze. I'm more than happy to go up. This is a beautiful image. And photographing with red and not having the red coming off onto the skin tones is very difficult. So I know when I photograph red on people, it pops up on their cheekbones, it pops up everywhere. So the photographer has dealt with the skin tones very beautifully.
Okay, we comfortable? Everybody prepared to rescore? You want to have a quick, you?
Yeah. I was also on 90, so I kind of will do our right of reply, seeing as I'm the second person.
Come on, get on with it.
I'll do quick, sorry. The haze I see is a beautiful delicacy. There is a softness there. What I particularly love is often for newborn photos, all the babies look the same. These two babies look so unique, yet they're clearly twins. One is a little bit smaller, one has pouty lips, one has... So it feels to me that not only have they captured their heritage, they've captured a little bit of their personality, and I feel in 10 years looking back, we'll see that in these babies. I think the photographer's done a great job.
Great comments, thank you. Judges, you're all free to change your scores, as I challenged. '91 Finalist Award. And we talk about nuance, don't we? And I just think those hands is the nuance there that really carries it. Next image, please. We have an 83, which is a semi-finalist. And I guess as I look at it, if our subject is the face, then I find that I'm struggling. We've got the actual subject and then we've got the design, and I struggle to get past the hat, the sugar and the mixer in the background. So maybe if we, just as the background has been blown out of focus, maybe tonally we could reassess how the eye is being directed to our subject. But otherwise, great shot. Next image, please. We got that happening? Yep. What happened? I meant to do that last time. Yeah. Kick Lisa off, next one, okay. I got carried away. Do we deal with this first? Okay. We don't have a conversation anyway. Oh no, we don't need a conversation. We have a finalist with a score of 90. Who'd like to make a quick comment? Yes, Natalie?
I just think this is a really beautiful image, and it definitely deserves to be in the finalist category. It's unique, it's different, and it actually has a story that we can read and see quite clearly. So well done to the photographer.
Thank you. And we'll have a judge change, if we could. Lisa, I'm letting you step out. No, you're staying in. Yeah, you can't go just yet. Okay. Next image, please. Naomi's here, ready to roll. Thanks. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 81. I'm just checking the scores. They'll turn up eventually on the screen. Everybody else must be judging at the same time. I'm just wondering whether there was anyone could challenge or who to ask. But no one can challenge. Who would like to have a chat? Naomi. Just a quick comment. So the photographer's obviously got lovely soft light, background is diminished. How do they elevate the picture?
I think the lighting on this little baby is absolutely beautiful. It's very soft, and there's actually a lovely juxtaposition with the badge on the hat, the softness of the feathers, and the baby's beautifully positioned in the frame. I think perhaps to make it a little bit stronger, maybe there could be an additional element that just anchors the story together a little more, or perhaps even exploring a slightly different crop.
Okay.
Perhaps a square or a circle might be nice.
Thank you. All right, next image, please. Oh, we've got technical difficulty. Oh, I love a good technical difficulty in the afternoon, 2 o'clock, bang on. Aren't you? I was muted. Oh, no, not now. So you want me to talk again? Yes. Because you're still doing stuff? No. No. We're live. We're live.
I think the comment was missed because it was logged out.
All right. Next picture. Is that what we're after? We've talked about this, so we're all good.
Or were you saying you wanted my comment? You didn't comment again because it was logged out.
Ah, okay. So for those in live streaming land, you didn't get to hear what Naomi said. And so, Naomi, can you remember word for word exactly what you said so no one missed out, please?
I'll have a crack. The lighting on this little bubba is absolutely beautiful. It's very soft and delicate. There's a lovely balance between the badge and the hat and what it represents and the softness of the feathers. And I think perhaps to bring it up a little more, there could be another little element added that perhaps anchors the story better.
Thank you, that's great. Well done the second time too. Yeah, we're pretty damn good, I've got to say. I was impressed. Next image, please. Next one. Next one. It's a good thing this is just audio and not video, isn't it? You girls all still thinking? We've got nothing coming up on the screen. Oh, there we go, look at that, perfect. We have 82, a semi-finalist. And I'd like a comment, some beautiful light, nice structure. Kat, thank you. You're making eye contact.
Yep, absolutely, because I know what it's like. Yes, this has immediate visual impact. Well done to the photographer. What held it back for me, or what was the obvious use of liquefy in the top to get that heart shape going on. If that could be made more subtle, positioning the blanket in person more to get that same shape, I think that would really help. But this is quite striking. Well done.
Thank you. We're going to do a judge change. Thank you, Natalie. Bye-bye. Fiona, welcome. Next image, please. We still love you, though, don't we? We are in the newborn category, after all. We have a finalist with a score of 90. But since we've got three of you up in there... I can challenge? Yeah, you can challenge. Let's do it. 95? Yep. You've got a 92, a 90, an 80 and an 85. So we've got some dissension amongst the ranks, but that's okay.
Yes, look, this obviously has immediate visual impact. I sat here for quite a while, just taking it in from this far away. Out of respect to it, I went up close to see if I could sort of nitpick anything out of it, and personally I couldn't, so I'm interested to see why we're holding back a little. This photographer very clearly has a high level of creativity mentally, but also physically crafting this scene, designing it, putting it all together is huge skill involved, and patience and time and all those things. The positioning of the baby is so clever and intentional. It's as though this baby is just falling, like they're in that falling process, and they've just been enveloped in this beautiful, feathery, softness female figure. This is absolutely worthy of a 95, if not higher. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, well, I'll come to you in a little bit because you're up for the positive, so we're going to go to and fro. So one of you two girls is going to have a chat. That's okay.
When we're talking finalist, we do start nitpicking. Like you said, you've got to go up, you've got to look, you're starting to look for those negative points because the visual impact is very strong. Maybe a little too strong for my taste, but that's my thoughts and feelings, which is why there's 5 of us. Some of the post-production I felt was a little heavy-handed on the toes. You know, we're losing a bit of detail where they've tried to brush in some shadow, perhaps for their digital backdrop or their composited image. The shadows are a little less convincing and a little heavy-handed on the toes. Just speak to those, Kat, and that'd be great.
Okay, Karen, did you want to have a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, microphone is yours.
Yeah, this image really moves me, actually. I think I can't see that personally in the toes. For me, this image is about love. There's the heart shape of both the sort of wings and the softness of the feathers under the baby being held and cocooned by this female form. I just think the level of creativity in there is superb, and it's beautifully executed. I scored this in the finalist range already, and I think that's where it deserves to be, and perhaps even a little bit higher. Yeah, I think it's an incredible image. It's really beautiful.
Right of reply, Kat?
Yeah, totally agree, Caroline. Fee, I'm a bit the same with Kaz. It's shadowy where it needs to be shadowy for me. There is so much else going on in a good way. Unless I'm in there picking for flaws, I don't know, I can't, This is well and truly a finalist image, absolutely. Also the colour palette of this, it's sort of this stony, statuesque, could feel cold, but it doesn't because of the delicacy of the posing, the body language. There's a lot of messaging going on here, and I really think we need to reward the photographer for that effort and that intentionality.
Well said, thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, except for Kat, who challenged. You do need to punch it in, yep. What's happening with Fiona? Just got a few little technical issues, but they're being resolved. They are now resolved, and we have a 92 finalist. Okay, next image, please. I don't know if I can move that one out here. Okay, so, alrighty. You can't do that just yet then, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Alright, yep. Okay. Sorry, yep. Okay, we have a commended with a 78. Would anybody like to make a comment? Yeah, Karen, thank you.
Yeah, this is a really lovely little series and a nice story here with the dog, who's probably was the baby of the family and now isn't. I think this could probably just be finessed a little bit. I think perhaps moving the baby away from the window a bit, which is a little bit, the light's a little harsh there. And I'm not sure if that final image needs to be there. I think there's a nice story with the dog lying beside the baby.
Thank you. Next image, please. Next one. No urgency. So for 78, a commended image, a very consistent scoring there. Lacey, a quick comment from you, please. So in the commended, so yeah, strong professional practice. What does the photographer need to do in an awards context?
Yeah, I think in order to bring this up into the next category, I would play with just the positioning of the actual orientation of the image. We've got a little bit of cropping of the bottom half of the heart off, and I would have liked to have seen that. It's just a teeny bit, but that can make such a difference. And yeah, something with the perspective, playing with that perspective a little bit to bring us more into that sweet baby.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great. We'll have a judge change, and it wasn't because you didn't do a good job, Lacey. You did a great job, but I'm going to boot you off. Bring Lisa back in. And next image, please. Not happening? Lisa's causing problems again. Wasn't us, was it? Okay, we have a 83, a semi-finalist. Yeah, Kat, you can make a quick comment if you'd like.
Yep, I scored this one an 82. I'm very happy with it there and what it got. Panorama crop is perfect for this. It's a great piece of visual communication. The message is clear. Perhaps we've, third try, lost a baby, or what have you. It's clear that they're twins. I think choosing the two different colour wraps is, again, strong visual communication, and it's very pleasing to the eye. Well done.
Thank you. You okay? Yeah. Good. No, it's just I realised that you could have challenged, that was all. But you're comfortable. Okay, thank you. All right, next image, please. It's not going to move a category, so. Yeah. Next image, please. I should have made eye contact with you before, but my numbers are coming up a little bit slowly, and so that's my excuse anyway. Either that or I'm blind. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 82. Lisa, you would like to make a comment?
This is a really lovely composition. To elevate this higher in newborn photography, unless it is absolutely critical to the parent's identity, ask them to remove their watches and the heavy bracelet. It's too distracting. And if you could just have brought the fingers around to be more caressing the baby rather than just these really strong thumbs holding the baby down, it just would have softened it off a little bit. But it's just gorgeous, and those toes, beautiful.
Thank you. Great comments, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an 83 and a semi-finalist. Would you like to challenge? Yeah, I thought you might. So you're on 92 and you've got a 78, an 85, 84 and another 78. So it's a...
Oh, got a bit of work to do. We could take this image and we could nitpick it on a technical level, but one of the things in newborn photography is storytelling and connection and communication. And this image of this little person, who I suspect may well have been the last photo that might have ever been taken of them, is actually really powerful and impactful. And I think that its simplicity and the simple fact that so much about the technical part of it is not perfect, that I think that actually lifts the level of the story and the reason why this little person is in front of us now.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because as I was sitting here looking at it, I thought, how do you talk about aesthetics and beauty in relation to the subject matter? Who else would like to make a comment? Yeah, Kat, please.
Yeah, I'm on 85. Yeah, this has been very delicately handled. The posing per se of this baby has been very respectfully and well done. This is not easy to do the hand, particularly with the hands, right? I think the choice to keep this quite grey and flat is very intentional. That in itself is quite communicative of the mood, perhaps. The only thing really, I guess, that held me down a little bit was just the positioning in the frame of that oval. I feel we're a little bit bottom heavy and I can't figure out why that's the case. But I am listening, Naomi. I'm prepared to move. I'd like to hear a little bit more.
Anybody else wish to comment? Naomi, right of reply?
Yeah, I noticed the positioning lower down in the oval, and I actually felt that possibly was a little bit intentional to just strengthen that level of discomfort and just sensitivity of the topic, to perhaps make it a little more real, perhaps.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore. Naomi, you keep your score where it was. 92. Well, we're up to 87, so a very solid semi-finalist. Great comments. Next image. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with a score of 80. Quite consistent. Caroline, a comment from you maybe?
This is a really delightful series. I love the expressions, which is what these images are all about. Perhaps just that third image on the right is a little bit brightly lit, so that could perhaps just be improved a little bit.
Thank you. Next image, please. That was the last one. Okay, so hold your horses, ladies, because we have got 3 revisions to go. So for those in the audience, we go from commended to semi-finalist to finalist. And if you're at the score, which is 1 point below the next range, we give the judges an opportunity to reassess and work out whether the image should go up by 1 point or stay where it is. So we have the technology here, don't we? Lucia and I are working it all out. And we are the team that's doing it properly. So thumbs up. Yeah, so this is very Roman. Yeah, so I, Claudius. Up or down, yes. Yeah, that's that. No middle. If you don't know, I will excuse you from the judging panel. Okay, so what's this one? Okay, so we have a commended. The question is, should this go up to the semi-finalist? So, okay, we will leave it in the commended range. Thank you very much. This one is also a commended at 79. Should it move up to the semi-finalist range? So we're leaving it in the commended range. Thank you. And the final image. This one is also a 79 and commended. Should it go up to semi-finalist? And we're going to leave that wonderful face as a commended. Thank you. Okay, well that's that category done. That is the newborn category, proudly sponsored by Professional Photographers Business Network. And thank you, linesman. Thank you. Out for live streaming.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed.
We're live? Okay, fantastic. Sorry for the little hiatus out there in live streaming land. Those of the 30,000 odd people who are here, though, they understood what was going on and were highly entertained. Okay, we ready to roll for the first? No, we're still putting a few judges in, so bear with us. Most of you are there. Lacey, I think, is requesting assistance.
Yeah, it's, I had to add you manually, so just 1 moment.
Okay. It's always someone, isn't it, hey? Lacey this time. She was so good last time. I really had promises for her this trip, and oh, you know, just let me down.
So it's all preempted, so they're not on a written piece.
Yeah, no, I know, yeah. That's what we used to do at APA, wasn't it? Then we put everybody on the list, so we didn't have to worry about it. It's right, I have complete faith in you. If anybody can do it, you can do it. Yep. Okay. All right, Katie, you jump in because you're new.
Sure, I'm ready.
Are you ready? You know how to use the keypad, or are you going to mess it up like Lacey?
No. Well, none of us said that. Anything's possible. But I am now in the waiting room.
Oh, okay, all right. So you should have a picture. Okay, we all got the image up on our screens? Okay, we're ready to judge. Fantastic. We sorted? We're relaxed? I'm still reading off your screen because this takes an hour to repopulate. So.
Emily, have you put yours in? Yeah, thank you.
So we have a commended image with a score of 76, and I don't have the scores up there. No, that's right, they shouldn't be there, but they should be here for me so I can look along and see who would like to make a comment. So Caroline, you made eye contact with me, so you can do that. That'd be wonderful, thank you.
There's lovely, lovely colour tones through this image, and the fabric on her dress sort of suits in with the sand colours really nicely. I think we just need some separation between her and the landscape behind her. The rocks are kind of coming up through her head. If the photographer just moved around a bit and repositioned, perhaps if we could see a little bit more of her face as well, I think that might lift this image a little bit.
So a little bit of posing and positioning. Fantastic.
Yep.
Good advice. Thank you very much. Next image, please. Oh, sorry, we've just got another little delay. Maternity, yeah. Is that okay? You all maternity judges? Just making sure I'm in the right room, that's all.
I don't know why. That was very
It was just delayed, was it? It was just... Well, it's been a long day, hasn't it? You know? Okay. We think we're back on square one. Okay. And we'll go for the next image, please. Thank you. So for those out at live streaming, we have had a few little technical issues today. And so when you play this back in years or weeks and months to come, and you wonder why we seem like we are in a state of disarray, it's probably because we are. I mean, it's just because we've had a few little technical issues. But the judges are at it and enjoying the work being presented. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 87. That's very even judging. Katie, a comment, what do you think the entrant could do just to maybe get into that finalist?
Oh gosh, I mean, it's just stunning as it is. Incredible printing, incredible gradation of colour and light through this image, and a beautiful story. Really engaging expression. The thing for me that I didn't feel quite sure about was just the posing, the legs, and the shadowing on the legs. I think it just makes it look slightly awkward, but I really don't want to say anything negative because it is beautiful and it sits really nicely where it is.
Perfect, thank you. Next image, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 82. Oh, okay. Naomi, would you like to make a quick comment, please? So, semi-finalist, what works? What could perhaps be enhanced?
This is a beautiful little moment. I've actually never photographed underwater, so I'm going to say I actually seriously appreciate how hard this probably was. The lighting on the belly is absolutely perfect, and on the subject's face. I feel that maybe could explore a few maybe slightly different cropping or slightly different to give it a little bit more space and a little bit more, it's feeling a tiny little bit cramped in there for me.
Thank you. Next image, please. So we have a semi-finalist with a score of 86. And Katie's going to challenge. And you're dealing with you're on 93. You've got 81, 82, 84 and 89.
Okay. Well, there's a couple of people there with me. They're close, so that's good. Look, I think in a category like this and a genre like this, we're always looking for something unique because we have a limited range of content that we can work with as photographers in maternity. And this is something I've never seen before. I think it's multi-layered. It's been done really skillfully. It's definitely eye-catching. It has high visual communication. As soon as you look at it, you think, oh my goodness, I need to see this, I need to see the story, I need to see this up close. And I mean, I think this could be interpreted in a few ways, but I'm sort of seeing like the egg, I'm seeing the inside of a tree, I'm seeing like a map, and I guess those things can all be symbolic of the journey of life, so there's multiple layers of meaning that have been really thoughtfully put together in this image. And then of course the couple, and the beautiful photograph of them. So yeah, I think for its originality, its impact, its visual communication, it definitely deserves to be in the finals.
Fiona.
down the other end. So I absolutely agree with those fabulous narratives that you've pointed out, and I almost wondered if it was a bit of an ultrasound of the placenta too. I did get that real organic feeling to it, and for that I did, bring it into the semi-finalist category. To bring it into finalist, I just wanted some finessing in the pose of our maternity subject, which is the category. So a little bit of consideration into leg positioning and arm positioning, things like that. But I'm still listening.
Any other comments or right of reply? Yep, Caroline, yep, sure.
I just want to say that I love the originality. It's really awesome to go up and see something that we haven't really seen before, and the whole tree of life kind of theme. I just wondered about the cropping actually. It just feels like it's a little bit small, given that the couple are already quite small. I think perhaps that could have been cropped in a little bit tighter. That would just be my only suggestion there.
Thank you. Katie, right of reply.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you for adding the bit about the ultrasound, another layer of meaning, which, I'm sure was intended by the photographer. So I think that only adds to the strength of the image. What I'm sort of seeing in terms of the posing is, it reminds me a little bit, like if you took the circle, the motif and all these layers of meaning out of it, what you kind of almost have is like a more typical kind of classic maternity portrait of a couple standing under a tree, like a sort of more of a landscape, which, those sorts of images are great. We've all probably done them. We've all, we've all judged them. We've seen them before. But it's kind of taking that and putting it in here with all of these other layers of meaning. And I think that's maybe where the simplicity of the pose has been set up, because it's like that middle section is the tree. They're standing there. They've got their, I think, dog, or it might be a cat. I think it's a dog. Yeah. And so I guess it's not making a big deal. It's not making their stance more significant than the rest of the story. It's just putting all of that stuff, all of those layers together into one. So I don't necessarily think they have to be the most perfect part, because there are all these other elements as well. So I don't think that matters as much to me anyway. So yeah, just bring it up a little bit and we can maybe get it into finals.
Thank you. You'd like to rescore? Katie, you can just re-enter your score, thank you. Which was 93. Oh, I reckon you might have done it. You have a finalist with a score of 90. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a commended at 77. And if we're comfortable with that, no, you would like to make a comment? Thank you. That'd be great. Thanks. Fiona?
Just with the wind and the gaze being to the left of frame, I would have liked the breathing space to be to the left rather than behind.
Yep. Thank you. Next image, please. You just like making a comment so you can be ready for the next one, don't you? Have a 77, a commended image. Maybe we could get, Caroline, you're pretty close there, if you could make a comment.
There's really a beautiful light there in the background and beautiful connection between the couple. I'd probably just work perhaps on the posing a little bit. His hands quite sort of grabby on her stomach. Perhaps their hands could have been connected and a little bit softer around her belly.
Thank you. Next image, please. Did we lose? She always did have a drinking problem. So we have a 78 and a commended. Would you like to have a... You were good? Yeah? Yep, please, yeah, I've got to wake you up. 86.
Oh, okay. Cool. Maybe we can have a chat. I actually think this is a beautifully simple celebration of what is about to become a really, really exciting phase of this couple's life. It's such a simple pose. It's actually beautiful, delicate lighting. We're looking at the parts of the image that are really the focal points are the belly and the mum's face, and her partner is got such a warm and engaging expression towards her, and I think that this is actually just celebrating a little moment of happiness and highlighting what is about to become a couple to a family of 3. Maybe, or 4 if there's another one somewhere else already been there. But I think this is a beautifully simple, just lovely lit story that celebrates what's about to be.
Okay. Emily?
Yeah, I was down at the other end. I see the moment and I think the moment's lovely, but the technical lighting loses it for me. We've lost so much detail in those blacks, and we're not getting her whole face, and a few parts of the posing are just not quite nailing it for me. I'm not quite up in that award range at all, just because of those details in the blacks that we've lost. Fill it in with a little bit of a reflector coming in just to soften those dark areas, and I would have probably been up there a bit.
Okay, thank you. Right of reply, Naomi? Or...
Yeah, I noticed the blacks too, and they do seem a little heavy, but we're also judging on a screen, and I think perhaps I chose to ignore some of that just purely because sometimes we lose some of that detail on a screen. But yeah, I encourage you all just to come up and see if we can bring it up to the... Can we bring it up? What's the...
We're at
78. Yeah, I think we're only asking for another couple of points, and I think it deserves a little more credibility than what it's got.
Thank you. You could re-enter your score, please, Naomi, at 86, and the other judges, you're able to rescore. Okay, we're at 79, so we will go for review. And Naomi, so because you did that, I'm going to swap you out, and Kat, you can come in, have a little judge. And next image, please. We have an 89, a semi-finalist. But we've also got a 98 challenging you. So it's quite interesting. You've got a real challenge, Kat, because everybody else has scored 88. And either they got a digit wrong or you did. And I'm not quite too sure what the answer is.
I'm standing up. Let's do this. I'm actually really happy that we get to talk about this. How is this not a finalist image? I think this is exceptionally striking, equally from far away as it is up in close. The colour palette, the blues, the hues through there are beautiful. Sorry, I'm really excited, I can't breathe. Take a moment. The tenderness in this is undeniable. The posing is exquisite. The delicacy, softness, clearly the relationship. I'm looking forward to my writer reply, and I would love to hear why we're not there.
Well, you can all have a chat. Yeah. Emily, you can go next, that's right.
Okay, I'm actually really excited that we do get to talk about this and look at this a bit longer, because for everything that Kat just said, I was, maybe a little bit on the conservative side with my score. However, if you could just explain, there's a few sort of white spots and dots, and I'm trying to figure out, is that texture or something over his face? That's literally the only thing that was holding me back, because everything else in this, I do see that softness and tenderness and beauty in this image. So yeah, talk to that and I'm right there with you.
Katie?
Yeah, look, I had this, when it came up and then I went up to it, I had this overwhelming, emotive reaction to it for probably exactly the same reasons that you described, Kat. And I hesitated to put my score in. What stopped me from going straight into finals is because I had this question of why. Why has it been treated like this, and what is the reasoning behind it? And when you see something unusual like this, well, that's just what I want to know. And because I couldn't come up with an answer, I couldn't put it into the 90s. But I'm not saying I'm not going to move, because I love it for all the reasons you said, but I just need a little bit of some content there, some story to help me kind of justify it being there, because it can't just be as simple as I just love it.
Or is the fact that there is no simple answer the appeal of the image?
Maybe, yeah. Let's talk more.
I had the same reaction to Katie. I wanted to go straight to finalist and I couldn't find a reason why. I felt it was sublime. I felt the connection was beautiful. I did want the light to fall on the belly more than on his shoulder or on her hand. I did want more light onto the belly. The composition was lovely, but I didn't understand why we were blue. When we talk about an emotive colour, why are we sad? Why are we... Warm me up.
I think this is an exquisite image, and I was immediately loved it. Just a couple of little distractions for me. What I love the most actually is the tenderness between the couple, the connection, the way her hand is placed on his face is just divine. For me, there's just, I think it's a part of her dress at the bottom, which I kept looking at and I wasn't sure what it was initially. So I think perhaps just if that were cropped out, it would have done it for me. But I'm happy to listen as well, because I think it's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, fantastic. So there's been a lot of positive feedback for this piece, which is great. Totally agree that, yes, you could potentially lose the material at the bottom, absolutely. So perhaps even a circle crop might be something, or square, to consider in the future. This is a classic maternity portrait done in a highly contemporary way. And for me, it is that simple. It's classic. It's exactly what you would expect of in terms of posing and the couple, the baby, the belly, costuming, but it's highly contemporary. This is an art piece. This is not just a flat maternity portrait. Not flat, sorry, but standard. This is something different for me. It's painterly, and as has been expressed, it's exquisite in many ways.
You like it? Is that what you're trying to say?
I do. So look, have another look. Obviously stick to your guns wherever you are, but I am definitely passionate for this image, and I think it is well and truly a finalist, unquestionably.
Thank you, Kat. Very passionate plea. You can rescore 98. The other judges may score again. I reckon you've got a good chance of getting it over the line, you know. 94. Yeah, try a bit harder next time, Kat. Okay. Okay. Deep breath and then on to the next picture. We have a commended with 79. You may make a comment.
First of all, congratulations to the photographer and also the lady in this image for not flinching at that precise moment when the water is going in places. I would really urge the photographer, I would really urge the photographer to explore this further and maybe work with your exposures. See if you can get some real softness to this in some motion blur in those waves, and you've got a much softer, more subtle, more tender image.
Thank you for that, I think. Next. So we're going to have a judge. Thank you for that, Jacinta. I'll get you to jump in for Carolyn, if that's okay, and we'll go to the next image, please. Just remember there is one bloke in the audience. Will you, Emily, please? I am the only one. Take your time, Mr. Jacinta. Hurry up. Okay, we have a 78, a commended image. Jacinta, I'm going to ask you to make a comment, if I may.
Beautiful subject, beautiful location, beautiful tonal range. The things to sort of lift it to the next stage is just watch your arm that's in front of mum there. Have a little bit of separation between the body and the arm so we can see her waistline, and just her hand on top of her shoulder on the other side just looks a little bit awkward. And even if she's got her neck sort of looking a little bit more towards the frame so she's not sort of stuck straight out forward.
Thank you very much. Next portrait, please. We have a 75 in the commended range, and quite consistent. Who shall we ask for a comment? Katie's been quiet. It's for a little too long.
Never quiet. I really love the connection with this couple, the placement of their hands, the way they've been posed together. It's really a beautiful moment. I put it in the commended range. The thing that I think would have really helped it bring it into the next level is they're both wearing these really high contrast clothes, but the background chosen is quite sort of muted and textural, and it's at odds with their wardrobe choices. So I think a different backdrop or different wardrobe choices, but exactly the same stuff going on there with the couple would have made it, into the semi-finals for me.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. Sorry. Is your phone now charged up again?
Oh, it's fine.
It's okay? All right. I'll get you to change with Emily after this one, thanks. I haven't forgotten Natalie over there. She thinks she's getting out of it, but she's not. Do you want to? You don't want? I mean, if you don't. Oh, I'll just rotate since you're here, so unless you don't want to, in which case I've got enough. You happy? You don't want it? Yeah, I don't? Okay. We aim to please. We have a 76 in the commended range, and who have we got? You can challenge it, yes, you can. So you're dealing with a 70, 72, 78 and 76.
Okay, look, I'm not going to comment on the negative aspects that I'm sure you've all seen, and that's why you've kept it where it is, because you already know them. But what I'm seeing here is an absolutely stunning use of light. So if we ignore some of the issues around the side, around the edges, and we just focus on the posing and the facial expression and the light falling on the body, and it's been done deliberately high key. It's quite soft, it's beautiful. Just being able to see the shape of the body, I think it's really quite lovely and also quite different. We do see a lot of backlit maternity shots, and obviously any of us who shoot in studio, we know we do this a lot, but this has been done in quite a unique way. And so it's good to have a chat about it. I'd just love for a few points to come up even into commended, because we're not quite there. Are we in commended?
It's 76.
Okay.
So it's in the commended.
A few extra points is going to make a lot of difference to the photographer. So
that's right. Fiona's going to have a little chat. I know, you don't have to, Emily, if you'd like to. I don't mind.
Stole the microphone. Yeah, Katie, look, I do see the technical issues though, and they're a little glaringly obvious. It's hard to move past those in a photography competition when we want to look at detail and there's no detail because those highlights are blown out, and then I'm distracted by the choice of drapery that drops off the scene. I mean, I think she's on a bit of an elevated stage, and given that you can Photoshop in this, maybe take out some of those distractions on the left-hand side so I can focus on that beautiful, striking silhouette.
Thank you. Emily, did you want to comment? Or no, that's all said. Right of reply?
Yeah, look, they're definitely there. But I guess what I'm seeing is it's a challenge for us because this is not how we're used to seeing that. It's not how we used to see these types of images. And, we're used to either not seeing the surroundings at all, like it'll just be backlit against a curtain, or we're used to seeing it in a different type of setting. But because we're seeing this sort of slightly dingy looking space, there's something about it that's different to what we're used to. And rather than seeing that as a fault, and I'm totally ignoring that little blob in the left-hand corner, I'm just going to pass that. I think there's a reason for this. And I always want to, I guess, give a little bit of space for something different because we are used to seeing the same thing all the time, and sometimes that can make us have a little bit of a negative bias towards things that don't quite fit. So yes, there are technical issues, and I guess what I'd be asking for here, because I gave it 82, is to maybe just come up into a slightly higher score range, closer to award if you're not quite comfortable going into the semi-finalists.
Okay. Katie, you'll keep your score at 82. The other esteemed judges will consider your words and deliberate. Hitting it harder doesn't help, Fiona. I'm just so glad your daughter's not here to watch you do that. Are we done there? Oh, we are, 77. Okay, we've gone up a couple. I shouldn't have been giving you a hard time. I should have been doing my job properly, shouldn't I? Thank you. All right, next image, please. Emily, I was going to jump you with Lisa. Just keep things rolling. Very good. Next one. We are judging the maternity category of the 2023 Australian Photographic Prize, and the maternity category is proudly sponsored by Kelly Brown. And there will be, for the winner, a $1,000 value of newborn posing online product for the winner. So we have 79 at the moment, a commended 79. And a quick comment, Jacinta, you've made eye contact with me, that's always fatal.
We have a beautiful subject to work with here, and our tonal range is sublime. I think where we could have elevated it here is it's really high contrast and depth right under the belly. It's really, really dark. And I think just posing, if we actually had her position on her side looking over her shoulder, I think it would have been more exquisite.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. You can disappear if you need to. I need to check into my hotel. Okay, see, it's all good. We're under control. Oh, in case, yeah, that's right. Cool. So we have another commended at 79, and just checking the scores. Somebody want to? Yeah, you're going to, good on you then. Okay, so we've got 86, Kat, and you're dealing with 3 78s and a 76. So it's a 79 majority.
Yeah, okay. Let's have a talk about this for sure. Okay, it's immediately striking for sure. The red contrasting against the black pulls you in straight away. Her facial expression is beautiful. It's delicate. I'm convinced that she's very much in this moment, enjoying her special time in the limelight there. Yeah, look, I do think it is deserving of semi-finalist. I'm not asking for higher than that, but yeah, let's have a talk about it and see what you think.
Eye contact made again, Jacinta. That's a brave woman.
Yeah. I loved this too, Kat. I thought it was exquisite. I think where I was holding me back is just that crop, like losing that bit of material there. It would have been beautiful. It was actually, you know, the next frame where we're throwing a little bit higher, so it's going behind her, and then cropped as an oval or a circle to bring us into her, I think really would have elevated it. And just that knee on the left-hand side of things, just bringing it across the other leg so she's got a little bit more shape to her, would have just lifted it a little bit more.
Okay, comfortable, right? Yeah, yep, up. Speak
Really
soon.
quick one. Yeah, I just feel like we've got the full range of, you know, we can do anything in this category, and maybe it would have been an opportunity to use some photoshopping to sort of bring the to give more shape to the fabric that enhances the posing and the rest of the symmetry of the image, rather than just letting it do the thing that it did in that particular shot. I think that would have really elevated it for me.
Okay, right of reply.
Yep, wonderful. Appreciate all that. Thank you. And I totally agree. Actually, read the crop particularly. I think as a circle that would be lovely. Also appreciate though the delicacy of the light on the background there, which is in that circular shape, which helps keep me in that sort of flow, that central area. Yeah, I'm happy where I am. I'll stay where I am, but respect where you guys are as well.
You have to stay where you are.
I do.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to re-enter. And Kat, you keep your score at 86. The other judges can take on board the comments and rescore. 81. We have a semi-finalist. Method in the madness. Next image, please. It's all right, I was just checking there wasn't people hiding behind that I needed to know. But you're not in trouble. Not yet. We have a score of 83, a semi-finalist. And Lisa, you're in the middle there. A comment for the photographer.
It's a really lovely image. There's a few things in there of interest. There's a scar that makes us wonder what's been going on and was there a journey to get to this point. I think to elevate it, perhaps just bring that backlighting down just a touch. It's just blowing out the edge of the belly, which is what we want to be the focus, just a touch too much.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 87. But we have a couple of people who are in the 90s, and I'm going to challenge it because I think it'd be great to have a chat. I'd like someone just to explain why the woman's face is away from us. We can't see it. I'd like to know a little bit about the imagery and the iconography on the walls. I don't understand the one on the top left, but the one on the middle right I understand a bit better. But I think it's a wonderful image. I think this is what I live for, is these sort of images which come in and challenge us to have a chat. Who'd like to go first? All right, go for it. Yeah, thank you.
So in the run-through, this was an image I knew I wanted to have a closer look at, and in closer inspection, I was not disappointed. In answer to your question, Peter, there is nothing here that identifies the woman. So I think she's deliberately turning away from us to retain that
anonymity.
Thank you. I think that's deliberate, and I respect and admire that choice because it would have been obvious if we could have seen her face. I think that beautiful light gradation across to bring the light towards her and to the journey that she's going through, because I'm imagining this is a second pregnancy. She's had her first one. She looks like she's already had a maternity shoot. She's obviously already had a baby, and maybe this is the second one. And whether she's done this alone because there's no partner in this shot, you know, you could read the story any way you like. But for the story, for the colour palette, for the deliberate choice of lighting and keeping our interest, I have rewarded this as a finalist for further discussion.
Okay.
So I was at the other end. I've got that famous line of I really wanted to put this up in the finalists because I can see the story here. This is like her dream board. This is dreamy. It's almost like she's put up an inspiration board on Pinterest and said, this is what I want to happen, and she's achieved it. But on closer inspection on the image, it didn't seem to technically come through for me. I felt like the focus in the hat is there at the very edge back of the brim, and the profile is not in focus, and there's some movement in her hair. Maybe that is intentional, and her hand is not clear. And I feel like that's really let it down. It's a beautifully conceived, the colour palette is beautiful. I think, I don't feel it's been put together very well. If someone could help me with those, then I'm there.
Jacinta, yeah?
Yeah, I actually can't see what you're seeing, and that's probably, it's a good thing. We have a difference. I don't have any problems with the hand there. I don't have any problems with the hats. I think if we get an image like that, this turn around and it's questioning us, it's challenging us, it's creating emotion, that needs to sit up in that category as finalists, as it's ticking all those boxes. It has a darkness to it, but it also has, that green of hope and, want. I see that, what is it at the top with the, the stalk? There's a lot of storytelling going on in here, and it's questioning us, it's making us think, and it's one that's turned around, through the run-through, and it's obviously got all of our attention for a reason. It's standing out. I think it needs to stand out as a finalist.
I'm with Lisa. I think I was on, which one am I? 83? Yeah, sorry, I get confused. Yes, when this came around in the thing, I also wanted to have a closer look, but I was the opposite. I was a bit disappointed the closer I got in. For me, the treatment of all those images on the wall is cartoonistic. It's a bit heavy-handed. I'm not sure why, what that adds to it, choosing to treat it in that manner. Why could they not have been photos? It's a bit heavy for me. The drop shadows on the frame, for me, are also quite heavy there. I think the woman herself is beautiful. I'm not sure why we have a competing silhouette on the wall of essentially the exact same thing. They're the things that were holding me back. In saying that, I gave it 83. I think it's well and truly semi-finalist, but that's where I'm at. Close it hard.
Okay. No one challenged, so there's no right to reply. But Katie, if you wanted to say something.
No, look, I don't have anything extra to add for a change.
Okay, so you've all had a look, you've all had a chat. You can all rescore.
We can actually change it.
You can. You can. It's just the sort of panel share I am. I mean, mentor. We're going to have 89 again, aren't we? Yeah. We've got 89, so by majority. So you'll have an opportunity later on to see whether it goes up or down, or some of you will. Great conversation. Thank you, guys. Ladies, next image, please. You in for Fiona after this print, thanks. No, after this one, yeah. Not. Oh, don't do that. It's delicate. Look where I am. I'm out of my comfort zone. We have an 80, a semi-finalist. And I can ask you to swan song comment, please, Fiona.
You have a sublime model. You have a fabulous choice of backdrop. You have a great outfit, but we haven't considered the watch and the nail polish. Just things to consider when putting an image together.
The detail. Thank you. Wonderful. We'll have a judge change. Thank you, Naomi. Next image, please. Yeah, no, Katrina's is in. Okay. We have a commended image with a score of 76, quite consistent judging. I'm just looking at the image and think, oh, okay, Katie wants to say something quickly. I'm just trying to speed us up a little bit. So, no, you do it expeditiously and you shall succeed.
Yeah, so look, this image has got a lot going for it. If you just change its perspective, so there's no sky, so you just got the water in the background, and then just leave a little bit of her face in, so you've got a little bit more story and a bit more information. You've still got the beautiful belly and the texture of the water and the wetness of the clothes and all that sort of stuff. It's just tweaking.
Fantastic, thank you. Much better than my comment. Next image, please. Have 77, a commended image. Do you want to make a quick comment? Sure. Or did you're a bit higher? You can challenge if you'd like to.
All right, sorry. Yep. Enough. You're going to be sick of me and kick me off in a sec, but I'm going to challenge it. Look, I think this is a very deliberate choice of posing and positioning and outfits that makes me think this couple might be dancers. And I love that the photographer has had this particular approach to it with the jeans and the black leotard. That's something a bit different that we don't see very often. I think they've done a really great job with the composition, with the space around the image. It looks beautiful in every aspect. I initially thought I wasn't sure about the tilt of her head, and I wish that she had have had her head more straight, but I suppose she's connecting more with him, and so I'm forgiving that. You know, something that I normally wouldn't like so much, I'm forgiving that because of the connection with the couple. So I've scored it in that sort of solid, you know, semi-final category, and I really think it sits really nicely there, and I'd love to see you just come up a couple of points to reward, you know, something that a very classic, beautiful shot of a couple.
Lisa?
Yeah, so my problems were the man's hands and her other hand are just kind of hanging there. They're just hanging out. And her jaw really did bother me. It wasn't the most flattering angle of the jaw. Perhaps if the photographer had gone a little bit higher and angled down just to put a little bit more of a flattering tilt. And I'm not sure what he's sitting on. Is there something that's been blown out there? Is it just a really tiny stool that's hiding behind her? He seems to just be floating in a really excellent wall sit, which is fantastic. But I agree with everything else you said, so I am listening.
Thank you.
Yes. Same sort of things as Lisa has said. I just think that I actually felt really tense looking at this. I thought I got that strangulation sort of feeling with his arm. And I felt, you know, if they were dancers, he could have been on the floor having that same pose with his legs out and then wrapping around her face this way, bringing her closer in from a frontal sort of perspective rather than from behind. I think that would have elevated it a little bit more.
Katie?
Yeah,
I mean, I guess, yes, there's I'm not going to disagree with anything that you've said, but again, it is still something quite unique. Like, again, it's a challenge for me, and it's a challenge that as I sank into, I started to like more. It's so simple with just skin tone, black, and then a white background. You know, it's something that maybe we don't see as often. It's more classic, more editorial. I can see maybe a little bit of awkwardness, but I guess I'm reading that more as just this bond that they've got together. But there's also an elegance and there's a posing to it that is probably just them, just their story, who they are. You know, they're definitely beautiful looking people. So, yeah,
Thank
come on,
you.
a couple of points.
If you'd like to rescore, Katie will hold hers at 83. And we've managed to move to 78 as a commended image. Good to have a chat. Great to take. No, you've got to have the courage of your convictions. Next image, please. I think you're next. Then you can kick Katie off because she talked too much last time. We have a commended with 79, but obviously by majority. We've got, I'm looking up and down. I'll allow, you can challenge as 5 if anybody would like to challenge. Yeah, all right, Kat, okay. That means Kat wants to change her score afterwards, perhaps. I hope you're not trying to manipulate the panels, Kat.
There's something so incredibly beautiful about negative space and just simple lighting. We've got beautiful fluid form, the shape of the mum, we've got her belly, we've got a beautiful top left to bottom right, leading your eye down in a really, really delicate balance of light and dark and diagonals, and I just think that everything about this really echoes that sentiment of organic shapes and just simplicity. So I encourage you all to come up a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, I love this too when I went up close. I think it's been handled really, really well, but I think where I struggled is just that half shadow on the face, which I wanted to love, but when I'm sitting back here, it just looks like her face is disconnected to her neck, and I'm really struggling to overpass that, even if her face was tilted underneath her shoulder rather than blocking half that light off her face. It's just, that's what was really awkward to me and I was struggling with.
My biggest struggle, which I've now worked out, I thought it was weird shadows, is her hair. So her hair's coming down over this side, dipping too far, and it's coming over here. And it's kind of altering the beautiful décolletage that should be being highlighted by this really stunning lighting. And I also think the negative space should have been to the right rather than above her head. But maybe that's too obvious. But I'm listening.
Kat, I know you're chomping.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, look, I think that this has been intentionally done with that heavy shadow. I think a photographer who can pose in this manner is very capable of knowing how to add in a hair light or a second light or rim light, all that sort of stuff. So I think I do believe there's intention behind it. Obviously this is quite striking in a graphic sense, you know, the black and the white, the sort of shapes, you blur your eyes, you get this nice sort of abstract shape happening. So yeah, I'm well and truly with Naomi, and yeah, encourage you to all come up also.
Ninda, right of reply?
Yeah, what Kat said. It's yeah. I think that this is just just such a strong composition and so simple and just really elegantly and delicately done.
Thank you. If you'd like to rescore, whichever one of you decided to challenge, Naomi, you've got to keep your score at 84. We have 82. Thank you, judges. Quick judge change. Caroline's going to come along and kick out Katie. See if we can... Next print, please. Next photograph, please. We have a technical problem, Houston. Hold on, Caroline, we'll sort it out though. Alicia, notice how I'm covering for you here, all right? Try again, Caroline. Yeah. Oh, okay, righto. We're going to have a little chat probably, aren't we, Caroline? Because it's on 79 at the moment. Okay, so commended 79. You're an 88. You've got a 77, 79, 78 and 80 that your compatriots have adjudicated.
I think this is a stunning portrait of a pregnant lady who looks powerful. She looks really strong and confident, and it's quite different to what we often see with maternity images that are soft and flowy and gentle. This is showing this woman who's about to become a mother, and she's prepared for it. Look at the expression on her face. She just looks worldly and wise and ready. Even the outfit she's wearing, it's quite different. It's not the soft fabrics that we're used to seeing. I think this has been beautifully handled, beautifully lit. I love the colour tones, her skin colour, but it's her pose and the expression on her face. I think it's a really powerful portrait, actually, and I think it could definitely come up at least into a semi-finalist range.
Naomi.
Yeah. I love the edginess. I love the attitude. For me, I would have loved to have, I think that this could be really strengthened by a little bit of juxtaposition with that edginess and contrasting it with perhaps in a way repositioning her hand, her right hand, to just come down slightly and just accentuate the curve of her belly. At the moment, it actually, you look at it and it looks like her belly's sort of quite up and down, and it would have been strengthened so much more if we could have just found a little contrast to that sharpness and edginess with just bringing in, accentuating just that curve for me. Anyone else?
Have a comment? No? You can finish off, Caroline?
Yeah, that's a great point, but I think the positioning of her hand like that is deliberate, and it matches the expression on her face and it matches the mood of this image. So I think that it's not soft and gentle is quite deliberate, and I think it works really well with this image, and I think we could bring it up a bit, please.
Thank you. That's great. Great comments. Caroline, if you re-enter your 88, and the judges are free to re-score. Well done. We've moved it into an 82 and a semi-finalist. Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Judges can't have anything until they've talked and judged. Okay. We've got our scores in, and we have a 79, so we've got just on the cusp again. Comment maybe from Kat, since you haven't had a mouthful yet.
Sure. What is it? 179. Yeah, commended, absolutely. I'm happy with it there. The colours are nice in terms of the green and orange contrast complement that you've got going on there. The sun rays are a little bit forced, and I guess I was having a little bit of trouble marrying the sort of earthiness, organic nature of the scene with the sort of costuming of the on the woman.
Thank you. Next photo, please. Judges, you may partake. This could be your last supper. Thanks, Karen. Challenging a 79, but commended. Who hasn't got a mouthful and would like to make a comment? Jacinta, thank you.
She's a stunning expecting mother, that's for sure. I think just ask yourself too, if that added material there is actually adding something to the image, and to me it was kind of distracting away from our subject, and also her eye that's closest to her shoulder. Just watch your direction of when you're telling your clients to look, because you can actually still see that part of her eye is open. So generally maybe just ask them to look sort of almost to the floor rather than to a direction, because we can still see part of her eye open there.
Thank you. Next image, please. '77, a commended image. And Caroline, you made contact with me again, so you're going to make a comment. Thank you.
Beautiful colours, and the sunlight's really pretty, and the environment's beautiful. I think perhaps the couple it just feels a little bit disconnected. I know they're connected and they're standing together, but I think the photographer perhaps could have directed them a little bit more. She actually doesn't look very happy, and her hand is by her side rather than being connected to her partner. So I think perhaps just working on the posing there, but the scene itself is really beautiful.
Thank you. Great advice. Next image, please. You're not comparing schools, are you, you two? You've been kicked out? Well, Naomi's done everything properly. At least it's like this, isn't it? We give them a bit of a break, we give them something to eat and they reward us with this, you know?
It's just so many clicks to get to where you need to be. You go back to the start.
I'm not interested in excuses, just give me your scores, please.
Thank you.
We have a 75, a commended. Lisa, sure.
This is a stunning landscape, beautiful time of day, gorgeous dress, beautiful model. A few things that would have elevated it is just watch where the horizon is cropping right under her chin. It just needs to be higher or lower, so it's a very awkward spot. And just see if you can get, I can see a hint of a knee. If we could get her to turn a bit and get that knee out a little bit more, that would have been really lovely. And perhaps just get her to run her hands, and it looks very windy, through her hair, so there's either a lot more flying or utilise that lovely Photoshop to chip-chop off those tiny little bits that have gone.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, next image, please.
Yes, like when I said more black. Yeah, that was just
Uh-oh, big boss is here. We're almost there, boss. Another half an hour, maybe another hour. Should have seen the look on his face. I can't tell you that. I don't want you to know because that might impact the way you're judging these. Not many. Caroline's in? Yep, okay. We have an average score of 80, I'm guessing. Yes, a semi-finalist, fantastic. And a quick comment from who? Jacinta, do you want to make? No, you're too low. Kat, you like to make a quick comment? Yeah. So we're just we're in the semi-finalist range. Got some strong expression. This looks like one of the girls we've seen before.
Yeah, overall it's beautifully done. Lighting's beautiful, background's beautiful. Posing is also pretty good. The fingers on her hand at the bottom being chopped off, that are curved around, are a little bit distracting. That would have brought it up for me.
Bit more, yep. All righty, come on.
There's just one thing, just get her to turn a little bit more front to camera so we've got separation between that arm and that belly. Her belly needs to be a little bit more angled to the camera. That was it.
All righty. You feel better now? Yep. Great, righto. Next image, please.
Do you need a hug, Emily?
That's right, because you see these on the run-through, don't you? Yeah.
You did that to me.
Yeah, God, all these different ways I can be hated that I didn't realise. Oh, and this is going to be a talky one, isn't it? Hey? Oh, you're really missing out, Emily.
Really? Yeah. Sorry, you're going to be sitting here a little bit older. Does not. Yeah, maybe Emily.
We'll have to take Jacinta off the panel. You shouldn't sit on your phone in between photos, that's it, you know.
She was only Facebooking 3 people.
Oh dear. Oh, take your time, but geez, hurry up, come on. So for those on live streaming mode, we're just having a few technical problems with our judging system here, where there are 4 judging rooms all going, and every now and then we get bumped out by the internet connection, the wireless connection. It is rather frustrating for us. It's also exceedingly embarrassing for Jacinta. There's a possibility that Emily is sabotaging things. Have we got our scores up? Are we there yet? Now our system's gone quiet. Yeah, what's the time? It's 3. It's after 4 o'clock on a Saturday. Maybe it's on strike. Come on, what's happening?
I
Let's go. We've got a blank screen at the moment. Oh, 502 Bad Gateway. That's a good start. So, because I want to do, I'm going to give this, I know what's going to happen. So we've got a finalist at the moment. We've got some very high scores in terms of, I think you're, and you were? 88, okay. So we've got three 90s and 2. So we're just going to have a discussion, and then we'll work out what the scores are, and somebody else's problem to go and sort out the computer system.
Your challenge? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I can do that, yeah.
But then
Was there anyone 5 points?
All right, you can elect them.
Well, but can
I don't know what the average is. That's the only thing.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the average might be 91. If the average is 91, you can. If the average is 92, you can't. Well, you see, there was I think it was a 92 and a 94 and a 96 or something or other, 88 and a 85, was it? I could probably do the maths if I had a calculator. All right, okay. No, I didn't realise there was all this political stuff happening in the background, so I'll just wait. So if the person whose print this is or images this is in the background and saying, what are we doing, put up with it, because these guys are frothing to talk about your image, so you've done something right. Oh, and the scores are there too. Okay. Don't press them too quickly, all right? I can have a look. We have a 91 finalist. So you scored 96. And we have a challenge from Kat, and I don't know why I'm speaking to this microphone, I've got this one.
Yeah, awesome. Let's talk about it. And yeah, so I proudly said I gave this 96, and I'm happy to stand by that, and I'm open to being talked up. And look, I heard some gasping when I said that, and I appreciate 96 is high, but I am absolutely there. This is a very simple but so striking. I stood at the back of the room and I could clearly see what it was. It's got an abstract nature to it, and yet you can clearly see what it is at the same time. There's light, there's shade, there's shape. Composition is perfect. Central composition. Your eye travels around. It's got mystery, but again, we still know what it is. So we're not left confused, but we're intrigued. And I think intrigue is quite powerful. And if you can produce that in an image, particularly in an image so simple, I think that is very impressive. What's the language that we're looking at here? Exceptional visual and emotional impact, superior, outstanding. I'm there, well and truly, so yeah.
As long as you're comfortable doing so.
Of course. I scored this in the semi-finalist range, and probably because I just felt a little bit confused about it. So I'm really interested to hear what everyone's got to say. It's obviously incredibly creative, imaginative. It's something very different. I guess for me, I just struggled a little bit with the heavy shadowing in some areas and not in others. Although when I look at where that shadowing is under her belly and the breast, the areas that are about her pregnancy, which obviously work really well. So yeah, I'm happy to come up.
Who else would like to have a quick chat? Yeah, no, Jacinta's nodding, so we'll let her have a chat. Just a nice quick one.
I initially was with you, Kaz, because I'm like, I was struggling a little bit there, and I'm like, why does it look like there's so many gaps between limbs? But now I'm telling myself that there are gaps because it's pieces to a puzzle to me. That's how I'm taking the pieces to the puzzle are that, in the end, we're coming to an expectant mother, a baby to be, and I think those shadowing areas there are to bring in our focus to that central point. So I will be coming up. Because the only reason I was held back was because I'm like, why is there so much gap? She looks like she's, her head's up here and her arm's over there, but I'm like, it's a puzzle.
Okay. Naomi, did you want to speak? You certainly can, 100%.
When we look at a photograph and it looks like an illustration, I actually feel that it takes us to the next level and another realm, and it is so beautifully, perfectly simple. It doesn't need any more or any less, and it talks to us. It speaks to us. It tells us what it is without us having to be told. Does that make sense? Maybe, I don't know, but I just love that illustrative quality. It's so soft and so delicate, and it's so classy as well, and it's really, really unique. So
thank you.
I just want to bring another element to this. I actually see in this image a little bit of, we always see soft and delicate pregnancy and the joy of pregnancy and this beautiful life that's going to come, and we forget that for some people pregnancy is awful and you feel sick and you might be frightened of what's coming. And I see a little bit of that in this. There is the, I am pregnant, here I am, but I have conflicting feelings about that, and I think bringing that through illustratively is really beautiful, because for everyone, pregnancy is not an enjoyable journey, and I think we see a little bit of that. I've lost the word, but everyone knows what I mean. The angst. Yeah. That's it. You see that here.
I think tension is probably the word, right? So, and we can see that literally, like, to create this image, you need tension in the fabric, right? I don't need to say anything else. You guys have spoken beautifully, and let's do it.
You've got to put in 96 again, that's right. Oh, hardly worth the effort, only 94. Well done. Next image, please. Something happening? Yes, something is happening, great. How are you going, Jacinta? She's ignoring me. Okay, Naomi, you good?
Yeah, I'm done.
You done? Oh, yep, there you are. Fantastic. We have an average score of blank screen. No, 75. So we have a commended image. So Who would like to make a quick comment just to assist this photographer? Yeah, thanks, Carol.
I scored this image 75. There's lots of beautiful things going on, but I think the mum is just lost in the image. There's a lot going up at the top third, and then through the middle third and the bottom. But we're just kind of losing the focus of the photograph, which is the pregnant mum.
Fantastic, thank you. Next image, please. One more, okay. The system is certainly slowing down, isn't it? Sort of like it's grinding. Okay, we've got an 81 and a semi-finalist score. Very consistent scoring there. Maybe Lisa, a comment from you?
I wasn't looking at you. No, this is a really beautiful, elegant image. I love the movement in her hair and the hair flick. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what to do to elevate it. It's beautiful for what it is.
Okay, fair enough. The entrant would be happy with that? Yeah, you want to make a comment?
Yes,
Sure.
yeah. It just points to lift it. I found it was overly soft. I couldn't find a focal point. And the work on her skin, obviously there's something going on with her legs where there's been a little bit of work done, and we can tell with the smoothing process, I think it was overly done.
Okay, all right. A little bit of post-production. Thank you. Do we have another image to judge? We do. Oh, we've got one. Okay. And we've got a 78, a commended. And I'm just waiting for the thing to populate. Jacinta, maybe a quick comment from you?
Again, beautiful subject here. I think you could explore with her a little bit more. Well done on working with whites. I think, I don't know if we've covered that up with the whites by adding a texture or haze to cover up some highlights. Maybe we can work on that. And just a little bit heavy-handed on her hand that's on her waist there. It looks a little bit contrasty.
Thank you. All right. Wonderful. And I think that is the final one. But we've got reviews. And so I'm going to ask you three wonderful judges to depart and the other three wonderful judges to attend for the thumbs up. It's just that they've got a much better Nero, Machiavellian thumbs up, thumbs down technique. I haven't missed anybody, have I? Were you? Oh, you were one of them. You're gone. Okay, so you know the procedures. So for those in the audience, we've got break points. So we've got commended, and if you've got 79 in the commended range, you're one off from becoming a semi-finalist. So we're giving the judges a final opportunity to elevate the print if it is worthwhile, in their humble opinion. So this one we've got up on the screen. We need a thumbs up if you'd like to elevate it to a semi-finalist, or a thumbs down means that you will leave it at the commended. We will remain with commended. How many have we got? 6, okay. Okay, so this one is a commended as well. The question is thumbs up for the semi-finalist, but we're going to remain with commended. Thank you very much. Next image. So this one here is a 79 commended. It will be a 79 commended shortly. Okay, 70, and that was a 79, yep. So that's a commended image. Should it go up to being a semi-finalist, yay or nay? So we've got a nay. We'll stay at commended. And another commended image at 79. Should this go up to semi-finalist? And we're comfortable with it being a commended. Thank you. And the final one, I think, is the, oh no one, okay, penultimate one, 79. Does it go up to a semi-finalist, or does it remain where it is? It remains where it is. Thank you. And this one's also, 89. Oh, okay, so this is, should this be a finalist? And we've got thumbs up for most people, so it is indeed a finalist. Elevate it to 90. So that brings us to the conclusion of the maternity category for the Australian Photographic Prize 2023. Our thanks to Kelly Brown as the sponsor of this category. We're going to be signing out on live view mode. That's it. And for the rest of us, you have to find another judging room to entertain yourselves, I think.